All right, good morning, chat. Good early morning. Super early morning. We've got the Lille Regional Championships this morning over in, where are they at? Over in France. It's going to be a good day for that. How early is it? It is 1, almost 2 a.m. for me. I did get to bed. I got to bed earlier than usual. But still, I'm only on like, was it 3 hours of sleep? Maybe 4. I'll probably have to take a nap after this, to be honest. Probably have to take a nap after this. Hopefully I don't crash. I feel like fine right now, but hopefully I don't crash like middle of the stream or something like that. They're getting ready over there on the stream to get to the first round, I assume. I assume they're not going to be using the new overlay as well, but if they do, I can switch to my other overlay. See what overlay they come at us with. Yeah, we'll see. There's 1,311 players. We already have, I mean, there's not much to work off of the round 2 pairings. Oh, wait, round 2 is still in progress, actually. Round 2's got to be ending pretty soon here. And it looks like they're going to start the stream in round 3. Which is nice, extra round for us to watch. They started the stream over in round 4 over at Louisville. Ozil, what's your predictions for the weekend? I don't really have any. Oh, I guess like the one prediction I made yesterday was that I think Bennett Dustnor. Gonna be multiple Bennett Dustnor in asymmetrical cut. It's my only real prediction though. Yeah, so we only miss we miss one less round, but missing a couple rounds of day one isn't terrible, to be honest. I don't know what hit me literally yesterday, but I've been like super I've been seasoned so much. Which one do you like more, B? Okay, Dustnor will win Lil. I don't know. Seems kind of tough for her right now. We'll see. Depends how many Raging Ball players actually put Bravery Charms in, but I assume all of them will. Why do we watch tournaments like this? Is it like research? No. To watch the competition. It's interesting and exciting to just watch the PokemonTCG competitions. Yo, what's up, Jack? Which one do you like most? Bennett Dustnor or Bennett Guardy? Oh, what did I say? I forgot what I said. Oh, Bennett I mean, I don't know how much I like Bennett Dustnor. I just haven't messed with Bennett Dustnor in a long time, so definitely Bennett Guardy. I don't dislike. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a take on that, to be honest. I just haven't messed with Bennett Dustnor in a long time. Will the Japanese conquer Lille? We'll see a Japanese. Will we see a Japanese player in top 8 again? I mean, unlikely. I don't even know if there's any over there. Yeah, there's zero Japanese players at Lille, it looks like. So the answer is no. It looks like there's 3 players from China though that are over there, it looks like. Which is interesting. Yeah, 0 players from Japan. Isn't China having a big tournament with 2 decks each player thing? I have no clue. They have a big tournament coming up though. Like next weekend, I think there's a big tournament. Buzzing to watch Raging Ball on stream all day. Raging Ball will probably be the most popular deck there for sure. No memes will be travel to Australia for the easy dub. Well, I'm not going to Perth, that's for sure. I don't know when the other Australian regionals are, but I could possibly make my way there. Just joined. How many rounds are left today? 7. Or no, not 7 actually, just 6. Was it Ryuki who did well? Yes, Ryuki. They're showing what they're showing right here is from Dortmund. They need to change this camera angle. I think I talked about this last time. The casters need to be more centered vertically. There's too much. There needs to be more headspace, and the casters need to be more centered vertically. They need to just come down a little bit, and then maybe zoom in a little bit. It's an awkward angle. They need to be zoomed out more if you're trying to get the full Pokeball. Yeah, sure. I guess if you really want to get the full Pokeball, you could zoom it out and then go up a little bit as well. That would also work. Brisbane is March 29th, 3rd regional unannounced, but rumors maybe New Zealand. If it's New Zealand, I want to go because New Zealand sounds kind of cool. But why would they put it in New Zealand? It doesn't make any sense for it to go to New Zealand, right? There's like not that many players there. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to have one in New Zealand though, right? Like what does transportation look like from Australia to New Zealand? You appreciate the 8 months there, McKing. Is it super convenient? Like there has got to be like a 90. It's got to be like a 10-to-1 ratio of players, right? Or even bigger from like people in Australia versus people in what's it called? Makes no sense for Perth either. There's like 3 people that live there. Yeah, but that's different because you don't want to have like 2 Melbourne regionals, right? You need to spread them out. Isn't Perth like the 3rd biggest city? Isn't it like, I don't know if it's Sydney or Australia bigger. Isn't it like Sydney, Australia, Perth? Or is there another bigger city between those and Perth? Yeah, New Zealand just like makes like 0 sense. It's like 20-to-1 or something probably, right? I mean, it'd be cool. Like, I'm not saying it definitely would be cool. It would make it would want me to go because like New Zealand sounds sick to go visit. But Adelaide, Sydney, Canberra. Oh, Brisbane. There's Brisbane. What are there? Well, there's gonna be a Brisbane regional though, right? I guess like part of it would be part of it probably part of it is just cost, to be honest. It's like cheap there. Like even if it's a mid location, even something like Peoria is a pretty mid location, but it's pretty cheap to have a tournament there. Have you seen Japanese players cooking with Pikachu EX already? I haven't really looked at anything, no. Is there like limitless results though from City Leagues? Oh, there's only one. Robin might not have like the City League stuff updated. I don't even know if like City Leagues are happening right now, I guess, as well. I don't know if they're on break. Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, then Perth. Okay, so it's close. Apparently incredibly expensive and usually lost to have Oceania events. Makes sense. Dude. I always get, no matter what, I made a command and no matter what, I get questioned. The exclamation point majors command is all of it that I plan to go to. Wait, is that not what the command says? Now I'm just going to time out. Let's go crazy. What the fuck does the command say? Azul currently plans to attend Sacramento, Stockholm, EUIC, and AIC. There'll always be another question. He isn't coming to Texas. No plans as of right now. That's what the command says. There's to watch. Stefan. Matthias Cohen Solal. I have no idea who that is. Look him up on Limitless. Like, what have they done recently? 16th at Dortmund, and they got 27th at Lille last year. I guess maybe that's why they're. No, they didn't even get. They didn't even get top 32 at. They didn't even get 27th at Lille last year. It was the year before last. When is a good time to start playing in tournaments? I mean, whenever you have the availability to go to a tournament, probably. It's like nothing. Yeah, it's like there's no like special time. Yeah, whatever makes sense for you. It's like 3 a.m. for you? Not quite. Almost. We're getting there. It's almost 2 a.m. I think. It makes sense to have one West Coast regional. I'm pretty sure they made our first regional to boost its numbers. New Zealand doesn't make too much sense over Sydney or Melbourne, though. That makes sense. It's on the other side of the country, right? Also, FYI, it's currently around 1100 USD to fly from Eastern Australia to New Zealand. Wait, really? $1,100? What is it, like a 2-hour flight, 3-hour flight? I don't actually know how far it is. It's not that far though, right? So it's not that expensive at all. Five hours. State do you live in? I'm on the West Coast. Aren't you going to any regionals recently? I don't want to. What the heck? I don't think I'm sick, but I was like sneezing an insane amount yesterday. And I'm sneezing this morning too. Oh, Lugia's playing Jamming Tower today. I don't think Lugia needs to play Jamming Tower. Like, I'd have to like test the matchup. I don't know how much like removing the Bravery Charms against Raging Ball actually does. Or, like having it out to them. It might matter more than I'm giving it credit, but it doesn't seem like it's like that big of a deal. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't feel like I'm getting sick, but it might just be like all allergies. I don't know. Could be that. Maybe I'm getting sick. You don't need Jamming Tower, you just need a 2-2 Cinccino. That's how I feel about it. I feel like you just need like a 2-2 Cinccino. Yeah. I'll just be hitting. I buckled earlier this week. I feel like that's what it's got to be. I don't know. It was like it got it was pretty windy yesterday too. Like, I don't know. It feels like that's probably the reason, but I don't know. I have no clue, to be honest. Basically, all Japanese lists play the owl package with Pikachu for now. I did see that. I did see they all had owls in there. Owls feel like so unnecessary though. You don't need that much. Like, I don't know. Owls feel like weird. Because like it feels like owls, like you don't need like huge trainer combos to like do stuff with Pikachu. Owls feel like overkill, to be honest. But I guess if you're trying to avoid other 2-prize Pokemon in play, which I think is definitely something you want to do with Pikachu, you don't really want other 2-prize liabilities in play if you can avoid it, then maybe Owl is the best way to go. Or like maybe Pikachu EX B-Barrel Magneton or something like that could be good as well. That could be an interesting inclusion. Someone was playing Regis with Trolley. Yeah, someone mentioned that. What were they playing? Were they playing? Were they playing like Arven or Irida or something to find the trolley? It'll get picked by casters. It's gonna be a top 3 deck now. Is that how it goes? Ross picked Roaring Moon. I don't know about that. I don't know if Ancient Box is making a... I wouldn't even call it a comeback. I don't think Ancient Box is having any kind of come up. Is man, what was I gonna say? Who is the guy to the right of Shay? Have they casted before or are they new? Yeah, who's the guy with the mustache? don't think I've ever seen them before. Boris. Billa VGC. Oh, I know that name. I know that name. Yeah, Billa VGC. I've seen him on Twitter or something. He usually casts the VGC? Yeah, I've definitely seen him on Twitter before. Dude. Yo, appreciate the 5 gifted there. Anonymous gifter over to Easy Guy. Yo, Generate. Blaze, take TK. Rose Bunnies and Bungie to the tree. Welcome all to the pack. Got plenty of yapping, but we're all out of sleep. Is he knowledgeable in the TCG, I wonder? Probably reasonably. I'm dragging my old ass to the gym. Is it normal to be sore for days afterward, or am I doing it wrong? I mean, it's not like a bad sign. You probably went overly hard for how adapted you are, though. You just don't have to go that hard when you start. Just make sure you're making, like, if you're starting going to the gym lifting, you should just take easy progress. Like, if you could technically dumbbell curl 25-pound dumbbell, probably just start with 15 week 1, and then week 2 go up to like 17.5, or like if they have like adjustable weights to add to it, then go to that, and then go to 20, and then go to 25. Like, being overly sore isn't a great indication of success in the gym. Soreness is like fine, but being sore for days is just kind of uncomfortable and like unnecessary to go through, basically. Yeah, being like overly sore for multiple days in a row after going to the gym after weightlifting is like unnecessary and just uncomfortable for like no reason. You're not making like exponential progress just because you're sore for longer. Hazel, between Unfair Stamp, Prime Catcher, Heroes Cape, and Maximum Belt, which ace pick do you like for most for Charizard? Probably Unfair Stamp. I think Heroes Cape is the most powerful choice in the meta, but because of how popular Bravery Charm is in Raging Ball right now, a lot of people are gonna be having like vacuums and jamming towers and stuff like that. So I think to kind of like counter that, like to like preemptively counter to that, I think Unfair Stamp is probably the way to go right now. But you want to play Heroes Cape, I think. The goals aren't get big. The goals are maybe I actually just keep going. Yeah. You don't have to like over. Soreness is usually due to a lack of adaptation, as opposed to like you had like an extremely successful workout. But like soreness isn't a bad thing either. Like some amount of soreness will naturally come with if you're actually making progress and going hard enough in the gym. But when you first start out, yeah, it's kind of unnecessary to get extremely sore, which can happen. Should Zard drop Briar, or is that still a card that comes up a lot? I think you should probably keep Briar. It still seems pretty good. Also, something interesting you can do with Zard and Briar is you can go on odd prize cards to then take advantage of Briar, which is interesting. Like, let's say you knock out a 2-prizer as Charizard against Raging Bolt, and let's say they play Briar and they knocked out a 1-prizer. You could like go knock out their Radiant Greninja, go to 3 prize cards, and then be like, now I can go. Now if you go down to 2 prize cards, I go Briar, win. If you go down to 3 prize cards yourself, then I go knock out 2 prize or go to 1, and you can't play Briar. So it's like a cool thing you can do in Zard is by playing Briar in Charizard, you can play around your opponent's Briar because you play Briar, which is kind of cool actually. Dust Snore or no Dust Snore in Zard? I still lean to no Dust Snore. I'm always sore when I start out again. Yeah, you are more likely to get more sore when you do start out lifting again. But it's just, you can just like not go as hard and just adapt to it, and you can kind of avoid being like ultra sore when you like start lifting again. Like if you have experience like going to failure in the gym and you understand what that means and you've done that before, but then you take a break for like, I don't know, a couple months and then get back into the gym, you probably shouldn't go. You shouldn't do like high intensity go to failure when you immediately get back into the gym. Just like build up slowly to that over a couple weeks. This is where we should join your Metafy group and find out the optimal list. I mean, the list that I played with yesterday on the Twitch stream is where I'm at. So the list is in Discord, but I haven't posted it yet over on the Metafy group yet and like done the breakdown over there yet. It's so hard to not go all out mentally though, because you know what you were capable of before. That's like a good way to put it, actually, Blaze. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Like, you know you could do it before, and like technically you probably could do what you could do before, but it's like, yeah. It's usually just more uncomfortable to do that with the following up soreness than if you just like kind of adapt to it slowly or slower. Not super slowly, but just slower. Hi chat, morning as well. Thanks for your work. Appreciate your less emotional, more thought through take on many topics around the TCG. Hope your sleep schedule didn't get too much damage by providing this. That should be good, Roman. I appreciate it though. What are your thoughts on I actually can't tell if that's being a serious question or not. If you're sore, it just means your muscles haven't adjusted to the intensity you had put them through yet. Won't take long to have them adjusted though. Morning's well isn't midnight over there. It's like 2 a.m. I went to bed early, so I still got like 4 hours of sleep. What's good with Heavy Charm Bolt? It's just the best way to play Bolt. We'll see how popular it is at this tournament, though. We'll see if the Bolt players adapt or if they think they know better. And they might. But they probably don't. Next to you, regional, set your alarm 1 hour 30 after the stream goes live. It's been a bit, to be honest. It has been a bit. I don't know what the delay is, if there's a delay in the round. It looks like they're going into round 3 now. So it looks like all the rounds are done. When they started the broadcast, there was still... Yeah, when they started the broadcast, there was still a lot of rounds unplayed, so... I think B-Barrel is something that is not good in Charizard anymore because Pheasantipity exists. It makes it like a little bit more redundant for how much you'd have to work for it. But Pheasantipity is like obviously a bigger liability, or to be worth to drop the 1/1 B-Barrel for text like Temple of Sinnoh, etc. So I mean, it's I mean, I don't know if the 1/1 B like. It's just either you should play B-Barrel or you should play Sinnoh, but like it doesn't mean you have to replace B-Barrel with Sinnoh. Like. Also, like most, like where are you starting from? Are you starting from a Charizard list with B-Barrel or without B-Barrel? It doesn't matter. Like it's just like what is the perfect 60? B-Barrel is a good card in Charizard. It feels like I said it feels a little redundant with Pheasantipity in the format, but it might be a little bit better than I'm giving credit for. But I haven't tried it out in a while. But like, yeah, it's just yeah. Whether or not you should play Temple of Sinnoh or not, or play B-Barrel has nothing to do with like. Yeah, it's just it's either correct to play Temple of Sinnoh or it's correct to play B-Barrel or it's correct to play both, or yeah. I feel like if it's correct to play B-Barrel, if it's correct to play B-Barrel, it's probably just always correct to have B-Barrel in there because the the theoretical power shift that you gain from having B barrel is so large that you tech around having B barrel. You wouldn't tech instead of having B barrel, I don't think. Unless like setting up a single Charizard becomes such. The reason like not playing, the reason you want to play B barrel is because you want more options than just setting up a single Charizard. But if setting up a single Charizard does so much if setting up a single Charizard does so much for you, then potentially that's all you need for most situations. Then having like extra consistency around it like isn't as big of a deal. You appreciate the raid there, Doom. Hope the tournament ran well. Should B barrel does die to Dusknoir. That is a thing. That is a thing as well. Yeah. But yeah. Basically, a B barrel is just like it depends how good setting up a single Charizard is, or how much of a liability / inconvenience setting up the B barrel is. I mean, it just comes down to like playing with B barrel and seeing if it's worth including, and if it's not, seeing if it's better to include. I mean, tech cards just come down to what the meta is, right? Like it's not just as simple as like, oh, B barrel doesn't seem correct because it's too awkward to set up in this format or meta. I'm gonna add 2 more Temple of Sinnohs to my deck. It's like, well, if Lugia's at a 1% play rate, we probably don't want to be playing Temple of Sinnohs, right? It's like, okay, then I'll add 2 Vacuum. Well, it's like, well, if no one's playing stadiums or tool cards that we need to bump, we probably don't want to add vacuums. It's like, what do I add then? Well, you could just add some more Nest Balls or like a 4th Iono or something. You can just add like neutral good cards, right? Or if you're playing Dusknoir, add like another Duskull or something, right? So it'd just be add neutral cards anyways. It's just a different kind of neutral card, right? So it's not so much, oh, if B barrel is not good, you add tech cards that for specific situations. It's like, if B barrel is not good, maybe other forms of consistency are just better, right? Other forms of just straightforward consistency are just better. Thoughts on Eerie in this meta? A control deck only card? Basically, yeah. It's not very good in anything else. It's like, it could be like okay in Charizard, but it's like super situational. Looks like Brent and Kywin made the trip. Oh, did they really? I didn't even look for Australian players, but yeah. Kywin and Brent are both there, 6-0. That's why I got my money on to get the win then, to be honest. I was trying to come up with like non-European players I wanted to see win the tournament. And there's not a ton of Americans. Not a ton of American players. Oh, there's a couple Canadians too. Benny Billinger went. My bet to win the tournament is going to be Kywin or Brent. I should make I'll make my tweet here as the first round goes up. Can you not play the audio, or you wait until the game starts? Of the casters? No, I choose not to play the audio. It's just like distracting for me to commentate if I hear the casters in the background. I talk about the Zard in the recent stream on with the deck list. Yeah, I played some. I mean, I played some games with it. That's where I like made the. I don't remember what stream it was. But if you go back to the VODs on YouTube, it should be labeled like Charizard or something. Appreciate 2 months there, Keezy. Appreciate the prime sub there, Deoxys. Oh, I got there. I have no idea what your. At first, I had no idea what your name was. Welcome to the pack. Plenty of yapping. All out of cookies. I'm trying to figure out what to play for Gdansk. How to go about picking a deck in a meta that changes so frequently. I mean, the meta really isn't changing that much. There's been a lot of good decks for a while now, and most of them are still good. You just need to pick a good deck that you enjoy playing and get good at it. Like, literally, look at the top 8 of the last tournament. Like, there was... You look at the top 8 of Louisville, there was Raging Bolt, Lost Box, Palkia, Dusknoir, Charizard, Regidrago, Lugia, Terrapagos, and then just outside of that, there was Stall. I guess that's kind of it. There wasn't any other deck outside of that. But, like, picking any of those decks to play would be, like, fine choices. Except maybe Lost Box. Lost Box, depending on how Lost Box does at this tournament, might not be a great choice. But if Lost Box has a pretty off tournament, I think Lost Box would also be... both of them would be pretty... or any of those would be pretty good choices. Yeah, you're just overthinking your deck choice. And what I've been saying recently to people is you're just not good enough to overthink your deck choice. Just picking a deck and getting good at a deck and improving with a deck over the next 2 weeks is more important than trying to play the best deck or the perfect 60. Just pick a good deck and learn to play a good deck well. Benet Gardevoir is a hella good choice. Oh yeah, Benet Gardevoir is a good choice as well. I like Benet Gardevoir right now. Did not make the top 8 of Louisville, but still a good choice. And the only one of out of the ones that did make top 8 that's like questionable would be something like the Lost Box would be the only thing I'd be like, I don't know how I'd feel about Lost Box until after Lille, but like, yeah. Just pick a deck and start grinding it. Just like lock in a good deck choice. Don't like stress about which deck to pick between the good decks. The meta also is not changing as much as you think it is. There's like a deck, maybe 2 decks that fluctuate from being like a fine play to a good play to a bad play. Like Dragapult is probably a pretty bad play right now, but going into Louisville it was a fine play, and then you could argue maybe before Louisville it was like a good play, but I kind of just like fluctuating. Like there's like 1 or 2 of like the top 8 good decks in the format that like has some fluctuation between being a good, bad, or fine play. But even then, Dragapult's still like fine. Like if you chose to play Dragapult for Gdansk right now, it'd be fine. It's not a great play for Lille probably because of how many Bravery Charms are in Raging Bolt, but you know, after Lille, a couple weeks till Gdansk, probably be all right. What's the point of Dusknoir, since when you use it, you and your opponent both lose a prize card? Is you get to choose when the prize cards get drawn. That's the point. So if your opponent benches a Minccino and you go Dusknoir knockout Minccino, you get a prize card and they get a prize card, but they never get to use their Cinccino, right? They never get to take advantage of Cinccino having a favorable prize trade into a 2-prize Pokemon. They never get to go Cinccino 1-hit KO a 2-prizer. You just KO'd the Minccino and they get a 1-for-1 prize trade. And then if you just if you had the prize trade lead at the beginning, then you just maintain it and you never lose it because they never got to use Cinccino. The point is that you get full control over when both players draw their prize cards, even if both players are drawing prize cards. Does Benet Gardevoir just get bad when Latias comes out? I don't know. Maybe. It's not the only way to... The only way to win games with the deck is not just trapping stuff in the active. A lot of your win conditions come from just item locking. Yeah, a lot of your win conditions come from literally just item locking. Cosmo Rhino right now? It's tough for it because Raging Bolts all have Bravery Charm. Like before Raging Bolt was like a closer matchup, but now it seems a lot harder for sure. Yeah. I feel like Dusknoir matchups are really coin flippy, like whoever goes first, because it feels like if they set up their turn 2 and knock out a lot of your bench, you can never win. I don't know, I haven't thought about it that hard. Yeah, I haven't thought too hard about it overall. It's just another matchup in the PokemonTCG. Like Dusknoir versus Dusknoir decks specifically. Okay, we're finally here. A little while, but we're getting into round 3. I think the only viable way to play Guardian right now is Henry Cho's Turbo Style. Yes. So what do you think of Marina right now? It's pretty bad. Like Marina going into like Louisville seemed like a fine play, and it seems like a bad play moving forward from Louisville. Or just kind of like a example. Oh, Consta, this is the one that Consta won last year. They gotta stop with this lane of the prize things. Oh, can we get 5? No, dude. Oh, every single energy. I was like, can we get one more? Can we get one more? One more energy. So it looks like we do have Raging Bolt versus Lugia in this first round. The Ursaluna start from Consta is not great, but the hand over on the other side for Jake is also not great. The hand here for Consta is not great. We do have an Ultra Ball, so we can go get ourselves a Lugia V. And then we can even attach we have a Research in the hand here as Consta and an Iono. So we have the option of Research or Iono for Consta. So we can attach the Gift Energy to the active. We do kind of expect, or like we know it's possible and it wouldn't be unreasonable for our active to get 1-hit KO'd here as Consta. So if we attach the gift to the active and the KO does happen, then we could draw some energy off of the gift energy, which could be Archeops, and then we could research those Archeops away at the beginning of next turn. Jake's hand is not set up at all to do that, but it is possible still with a good top deck here from Jake. So yeah, from Consta here, I would like to see the gift attached active, and I think the stream has been stuttering a lot. Hopefully it's fine though. Yeah, so gift to the active Ursaluna here. Losing Ursaluna is also not great in this matchup. Ursaluna's a pretty good late game attacker in this matchup. Yeah, and there's the gift to the active, and over to Jake. Jake top decks a Nest Ball. That's a pretty big one actually, because the hand for Jake was pretty bad. But now we can go get, oh, I have the Squawk ability. I was gonna say we could go get Radiant Greninja here. Let's take a look as Jake goes through the list. What kind of build is it? Saw a Bravery Charm. Nothing too crazy. Bravery Charms, Briar, and Iono. Okay. Goes for the Squawk ability. I was going to say, now this could be better. I was going to say Radiant Greninja. We do have Sada in hand and a couple energy. Goes for the Squawk ability instead. Our hand isn't not that greatly geared towards a 1-hit KO. Now I almost wonder if we should switch card into the Squawk ability and Motivate, to be honest. I would have hated to see switch card into Squawk ability and go for a Motivate. Leaving Squawk ability in the active is kind of mid. But like there's no chops in the discard pile, so I don't know how scared we are. And the draw from Jake there is also pretty mid. See, I don't know. I would have liked to just maybe seen the Sada happen. Like, just play the Sada, build up an energy on the active, draw more cards through that. And if we draw into an out to Squawk ability and we need to go with Squawk ability, we can go get that as well. And like I said, I almost like the idea kind of switch carding into... We kind of have to go for... Are we going for... Or maybe just going for a Roar here as Jake, or we could prime catcher the Lugia and then Motivate, but prime catching the Lugia for Consta does not seem good here, so I think it's got to be a Roar. It's gonna be Accelerate 1 to an Ogre Pawn and then attach Lightning Active and Roar. Dude, why is the stream is literally like skipping every... Double Bravery Charm is nice though. Lightning active. And then we do need to use Burst Roar. So where should the Braver Charms go? Goes to the active. We could have put it on. We could actually just discard this Ogre Pawn here as Jake. I think I would discard it. Benching it only creates another liability on the bench, which is like defeats the purpose of. And there's the Burst Roar. We lose the Prime Catcher here, which is not great, which almost like defeats the purpose of that Braver Charm on the other Ogre Pawn. And I'm gonna check the. It looks great. It looks fine, but it skips every like 10 seconds. There's like a skip. All right, Meza goes to top. Yeah, see, there's a skip right there. Meza goes to top deck here from Consta. Tails on it. You have the jet, though. I would like to see this Lugia get jetted up here. I think Read the Wind is probably going to be an important option to get these chops in the discard pile. We'll get another Lugia V off this research. It's pretty likely. Consta's stressing it a little bit here, but I think we should definitely just jet this thing up. Like, I don't think it's a question, to be honest, here on Consta's side. He was definitely stressing it, but I think we have to just do this. We're going to get another Lugia V here. We just have to not be scared of that. I think it's a you thing. That doesn't seem possible because you guys are seeing what I see. And there we go. There's the Ultra Ball. The hand is a little awkward. We have Ultra Ball. Here is Consta. We can get rid of Archeops and Iron Hands and just go get another Lugia V, but then we don't get to Read the Wind away in Archeops, unfortunately, for Consta. The Twitch stream isn't lagging for me. It's just yours. No, the YouTube. Oh, I'm on YouTube right now. No, I mean, when I'm on the stream, it's not skipping? Okay. Why would it be skipping for me, then? Why is it skipping for me? It's so weird. Maybe I just need to be like 5 seconds in the past. And then maybe it'll stop skipping. It might be because I'm just like playing too close to the player. Yeah, I might just need to create a buffer. That's true. All right, yeah, I just created a buffer. It seems fine now. Yeah, so I like this. This is the exact discard I was going to say here that I like from was get rid of the Iron Hand. It's unlikely to be too impactful. Yeah, it seems good now. And we can go we need to get another Lugia V here, though. We would like to grab Archeops, but that's like terrible. We can't do that. Consta needs to get a Lugia V here. And there is one in the deck. There it is. Are you on 1x speed? I am, yeah. I was thinking about Minchi. No. We got to get Lugia V here, right? Am I tripping? If Jake knocks out our active, we can't even attack with Ursaluna. Dude, what is Consta cooking here? This is not even a question. You have to get Lugia V here. Our active will die. Dude, what is going on? Maybe he plays Thornton. Okay, that could be it. Is there a Thornton in there? Dude, what? Okay, the one thing I can think here is that if we don't do this... Oh, what? Solo Chops Gaming? Oh, okay, I didn't expect this. This is not what I thought we were doing here. I didn't know we were solo chopping it up. Okay. I didn't even think about this line here from Consta. I thought we were just going to go, okay, Ultra Ball for a Lugia V, and then Read the Wind on something. I don't like this, though. I don't think I like that. It's okay. Is Consta going to bump the stadium? Does bump the stadium. Okay. So 200 damage to the active. This doesn't feel great. What if, like... I don't know, Jake has so many plays. I guess the Prime Catcher's gone, but catchers and bosses... Like, here is Jake. Do you just KO Archeops? I feel like you just go KO Archeops, right? Yeah, solo chopping it up here feels pretty bad. I think I like the Read the Wind play better. Yeah, I think I like... Ooh, another Bravery Charm here for Jake. So it's playing a pretty heavy Bravery Charm count. This almost looks like exactly like Xander's list, to be honest. I have no idea what Jake's doing. You don't have Radiant Greninja. Okay. We all realize no Radiant Greninja. Just KO Chops. KO Chops seems good. There's the Greninja. Yeah, concealed card seems... I think this seems fine to use concealed cards. Iron Hands is gone now, so there's no There's a vacuum as well. Yeah, Iron Hands is gone, so there's no threat of like KO Greninja with Lugia and then KO Squawkabilly for 3 with Iron Hands. Here comes a Pokestop. Might go ahead and hit that, try and find another Raging Bolt. Getting rid of Ogerpon is fine. Getting rid of Lightning is fine. Finds an Ultra Ball. So this could lead to another Raging Bolt. Gonna give up the vacuum. And how good is the switch card here? Could probably give up the switch card, I think. Don't give up the stretcher. Chill. Gosh. Switch card, I question how good that is, though. We could have maybe given up the switch card to keep the energy, to be honest. This is honestly a situation where Jake probably wants to set up the Sandy Shocks as well. So I actually wonder if we should have got Sandy Shocks there instead to answer the Chinchino when it makes its way to the active, potentially. K1 Archeops here as Jake, I think is the correct play. If we can get Boss or Catcher Heads. We can't get Boss because we have Sada now. I think KO the Lone Chops is probably the play here from Jake because it completely removes the threat of the rat basically ever mattering. Prime Catcher's gone, so would need to get a... There's the Boss a little bit late. Still could get a Catcher, though. So if Jake plays Catcher... Another Sada. So we've expended all of our resources here, I think. We could still attach for turn, but we maybe just want to save that for Ogerpon cycling. That grass energy instead of using it this turn. Could switch into the benched Raging Bolt, actually. Could switch card into the bench Raging Bolt here from Jake. So that way there's not... The active doesn't get KO'd by... I guess the bench won't get KO'd by Ursaluna, though. Active wouldn't get KO'd by Chinchino. What are we trying to play around more here, though, as Jake? I actually think I don't like this play as Jake. I think you'd want to force the Ursaluna into the damaged... it doesn't matter. This is actually like going back to beginning of Jake's turn, though. Jake like immediately attached that second Bravery Charm to the second Ogerpon, but that Bravery Charm definitely should have been put on the active here from Jake. So Jake definitely needed to like cycle the turn. Jake needed to cycle the turn before attaching that Bravery Charm, but I think pretty sure at the beginning of Jake's turn, you can even go back to it real fast here. Yeah, Jake, to begin the turn, Jake attached a Bravery Charm to the Ogerpon, and now we definitely wish that Bravery Charm was on our active Raging Bolt. So definitely a mistake there from Jake. All right, let's see what Consta can do with the solo chops here. Got some energy. Ultra Ball, Great Ball also available here to Consta. The Ursaluna can KO the active here, so I can see how Consta can get 4 prize cards. Let me see. Well, I guess we could put the Legacy on the active this turn from Consta. I kind of like Legacy to the active here. This solo chops actually might work out here because Jake did not have the KO on the Archeops on that previous turn. But I feel like if Jake's had the KO on the Archeops on the previous turn, Consta would have been in trouble. Especially if Jake could have taken the knockout with a different Raging Bolt instead of the damaged one, meaning there was no way for a Lugia to get a 2 prize knockout on that next turn. Yeah, so we can also attach a Mist here from Consta to the Minchino to start to get it set up towards a Chinchino. So Consta's prize trade here could look like... yeah, the prize trade here from Consta could look like 1 KO the active. Gotta set up the rat. And then if we can get, as Consta, if we can find another Lugia... And then Boss KO Squawkabilly. So we have Ursaluna KO active. We kind of want to set up Lugia now as Consta. Because if the benched Raging Bolt comes to the active to answer this Ursaluna, we'd like to KO that with Lugia and preserve our rat. So I feel like Consta should try and bench a Lugia V this turn, to be honest. So we could Ultra Ball away, Ultra Ball plus V-Guard here as Consta to get a Lugia to preserve the rat for the 1-hit KO threat later in the game. Because that way we don't need a boss potentially as Consta. And this is actually why it was important for Jake to potentially play towards setting up the Sandy Shocks. And this is actually why I think Jake wanted to attack with the damaged Raging Bolt, actually. Because Chinchino knocking out the damaged Raging Bolt... I guess you're okay. I'm trying to, like, think about that. I guess you're okay with that. But then the Ursaluna is still safe for your next Raging Bolt. See, the problem here from Jake is Jake didn't save that Bravery Charm for the Raging Bolt. That's the problem that Jake made a mistake around. It was that second Bravery Charm that came down to the Ogerpon was like a pretty big mistake. All right, so now the Raging Balls push up to answer this. So we got heads. So this is where we want to go get that Sandy Shocks. So we have a 1 prizer to put in the active to match the Chinchino here from Jake. He's eyeing up Pheasantipity, but we want Sandy Shocks here. We want the Shocks. Well, actually, yeah, Sandy Shocks also plays around... I guess the second Raging Bolt is... The HP from the second Raging Bolt can't really be matched, though. So maybe second Raging Bolt is just as good, to be honest. Because Bear will be KO'd. We'll KO the only rat in play with 4 energy next turn. Oh, no, won't even have 4, though. No, yeah, because if Kansa plays 2/2 rat, then Kansa could split energy on rats next turn. And then threaten the 1 KO on the Raging Bolt. So I think here as Jake... Yeah, here as Jake, I think you actually want to still get Sandy Shocks. Because we don't know if Kansa plays 2/2 rat or not. And if Kansa does play the 2/2 rat, then Kansa could go bench Minccino, 2 energy to the active Cinccino, 2 energy to the bench Cinccino, knock out this damaged Raging Bolt, and then both Cincinos threaten the KO on Raging Bolts. And then even if Jake goes to chase an Archeops, Kansa is still winning the prize trade. So, yeah. All right, we're cycling here through Jake, from Jake. But yeah, I think Jake should have got Sandy Shocks off that, the Mezagoza, not this Raging Bolt. Sees Asada there. Has Asada in hand. Could probably discard it. Also has Palpad in hand. Just continue to cycle through the deck a little bit more aggressively. We don't need that many more Asadas left to close out this game. I am curious what Jake... I assume Jake is just KOing the active here. You can't really ignore this Ursaluna, I feel like. I feel like it's impossible to ignore this Ursaluna. Maybe you could, though. I guess you could KO Chops here instead. I'm trying to think, like, what if we KO Chops here as Jake instead? If we went KO Chops... and then KO Ursaluna next turn, then Kansa would have to go attach to Cinccino, attach Cinccino, boss KO Squawkabilly. And this even kind of goes back to, like, almost the beginning of the game. You could think about, what if Jake just didn't put Squawkabilly in play? Which Jake could have avoided by going for Greninja instead of Squawkabilly, and then we don't have this, like, 2 prize liability as we build up towards the end of the game here. But now it is guaranteed in play. So we're kind of seeing the culmination of all of Jake's mistakes lead to Kansa being able to get a... Actually, almost seems like a pretty clean victory here, potentially, with the solo Chops. Yeah, all the little errors that Jake has made up to this point has offered a lot of openings to Kansa, and Kansa has been able to take full advantage of all of them so far. And yeah, now Kansa's in a spot to, like, be at the advantage here. I was talking about last turn, yeah, Kansa could have benched a Lugia V last turn, so we could have gone Lugia V-Star, knock out this active Raging Bolt, saving our Cinccino, and then the Lugia V-Star also still threatens the Squawkabilly as well. That's the only thing I maybe would have liked to see different from Kansa on that last turn. And even if Jake went boss KO Lugia, if we did bench it, well then Kansa has access to Rat and a Legacy Energy to Ursaluna still, so you don't lose the game on the next turn anyways, as Kansa. All right, there we go. Jake does take the KO on the Ursaluna, but yeah, Kansa's fine with this. Jake goes to odd prize cards. We have the Cinccino to be able to return, knock out the active Raging Bolt. And then if we can just bench a Lugia V this turn and get it to a V-Star and get a boss, we KO the Squawkabilly on the next turn and we win the game. So we'll see how Kansa fully plays this out. Like I was saying, I like the idea of getting the Lugia last turn to do that, to set up for that. But doing it this turn is still basically the same thing. The only risk you run into here as Kansa is you kind of have to attach a gift to the active, or Ultra Balling away the Lugia V-Star. Oh, I guess Kansa still could be playing double Rat. We could have double Rat in here. Let's see what Kansa goes to grab. There's Weird Ear as well. And it looks like it is some double Rat action. So that will be able to KO. That works as well. Do we have a gift energy in the deck, though? Oh, no. No gift. No gift could be huge. Here comes the energy load up from Kansa. So we can go 2 to the benched Minccino, 1 to the active. And Iono here from Jake means Kansa might not be able to find the rat. Yeah, the lack of gift here. Why is Jake's prize card red on that top graphic? That has to be an error, right? 2 gift prize. That's right, there is 2 gift prized. The Iono potential from next turn from Jake could be huge. And see, this is why as see, another reason Kansa should have been maybe more aggressive next turn was setting stuff up. Is Kansa could have had a Cinccino on the bench here instead of a Minccino, I believe, through those Ultra Balls. If Kansa had been more aggressive at going to get... Honestly, that was probably the play from Kansa, was go get another Cinccino. Yeah, the play from Kansa was probably just go get another Cinccino last turn, to be honest. Not the Lugia V. You could have just got a Minccino or a Minccino. Ultra Ball for Minccino last turn. You don't even need to get the Lugia V like I mentioned that I would like to have seen Consta do. But even getting the Lugia V, I don't know, the Lugia V would have still been pretty good though. I kind of don't like the fact that we don't have a Lugia V here from Consta. I think Consta should have been a little bit more aggressive about setting stuff up on that previous turn. Because now an Iono from Jake is that much more impactful here if Jake can find that Iono. And we know Jake plays the Iono here. Does put the Pokestop in play, which is correct here from Jake. Also, this is why attacking with a Sandy Shocks was really good this turn from Jake. And Jake could have set up the Sandy Shocks to actually KO the Minccino here. With the second attack of the Sandy Shocks, you can do 60 damage and weakness applies. So it would have KO'd the Minccino here. We could have had a Sandy Shocks interactive right now with a Lightning Energy. And then we could have attached fighting, knock out the Minccino. Then Consta, if Consta doesn't have boss, we do see the boss on the chops is so bad here from Jake. We just lose to boss energy now. And we leave Consta with the hand that he's been sitting on this whole time. Yeah, I don't like this play at all from Jake to go after the Archeops. This also gives Consta the ability to attack with back-to-back Cincinos. Just chill and go Cinccino punch, right? To 2-hit KO the active or just buy time. Also, as Jake here, you know there's gift energy prized because Consta would have put a gift energy in play on the active rat last turn if Consta had a gift. So you know there's gift prize, which means they're now in the hand. And now Consta could go attach gift to the active punch. And now all of a sudden, if you can't get around the active rat, oh yeah, this is just so many mistakes in this game here from Jake. And we see them all kind of build up at the end here. So many openings. Jake, all of the mistakes that Jake made gave so many openings to Consta. After this, Briar for game. Oh yeah, it does play the Briar, so the Briar was available. The Briar was also available going to that next turn. Yeah, Jake made a ton of mistakes there. I think that game would have actually been probably pretty solidly in Jake's hand if Jake had just played better. The one chops, if we had seen the avoidance of Squawkabilly, would have been the first thing. Can we avoid putting Squawkabilly in play? Let's start with concealed cards. Then let's go into the Sada. We see 5 cards there. If we have to commit to Squawk after that, okay, we can commit to Squawk after that. We could have avoided Squawkabilly in play. We could have had a Bravery Charm on our other Raging Bolt. We could have dug for the Iono on that last turn of the game. We could have tried to set up Sandy Shock sooner because we knew once we dealt with Ursa Luna, there's no way that Consta can actually get a 1-hit KO on a 2-prizer or on a Raging Bolt after that. From there, the options were severely limited for Consta, only having 1 chops and Ursa Luna already being taken care of. Yeah, really big mistakes there on Jake's part. Leaving a lot of opportunities over to Consta. Consta took full advantage of the opportunities, though. The only thing I didn't like from Consta was not being a little bit more aggressive on that turn before the Ursa Luna went down. Let's play that Ultra Ball. Let's get another Minccino in play or a Lugia V. Like I said, one or the other, they're both fine there. But let's get a Lugia V in play. Let's set up towards our next attacker. Because if we got Iono on that last turn there as Consta, we could have been in trouble. If we got Iono there, we could have whiffed the rat. And if our active rat got KO'd and we got Iono'd, we could possibly have just lost there. Another Ursa Luna start here. It does have the Ultra Ball for the chops, which is pretty good. Besides that, the hand is pretty good. Well, I guess it means we have to go get Luminion, which is not very good. Or Squawkabilly, if Consta plays the Squawkabilly, which I kind of assume Consta does. So Ultra Ball double chops is good, but the rest of the hand is kind of mid. I'm curious to see what Jake chooses here. Looks like Jake chose second. All right, there's Ultra Ball double chops, but the rest of the hand is not great. So what do you have to do here as Consta? Does it have to be a commit to the Squawkabilly? Because you want, if there is a Squawkabilly, we didn't see that. It's just going to be a Lugia V from Consta. So it's going to be Lugia V, attach gift active, and pass. Holy glare. It's just like the artwork of the, well, I guess honestly there's a decent amount of glare on all the shiny cards. It really is the Ursa Luna specifically though. We do have this gift to attach to the active here. And there's the pass. And of course, you can always top deck here as Consta. So Jake is going to be looking for Gust KO on that Lugia V. Not just because there's a gift on the active, but because there's only one Lugia V in play and Consta's not playing the game if that Lugia V goes down. Pokegear immediately here from Jake, trying to thin out a supporter to maximize the top deck or the draw into odds of this Ogerpon here. So I don't hate this. It's an okay play. I think you definitely want to take Boss here, because if you end up having to use Squawkabilly, then you would want to keep the Sadas in the deck, as there's already a Sada in the hand here for Jake. So we got this Boss. Now we can use Ogerpon, draw a card, and we're hoping that card can somehow progress this hand, either in the form of a way to discard an energy, so we can use Sada and then get the energy on the active Raging Bolt, or an out to a Pokemon like the Squawkabilly, so we can discard the hand and draw some fresh cards. So we're hoping for something here. Pokegear. Well, it looks like it's a Burst Roar angle here for Jake. The Boss should also be in the hand that is now in the discard pile. Jake just knew there's a good chance that it ends up there. Plays the Pokegear. Oh, I guess we could draw into Iono here. But you actually don't want to Iono Consta. So I wouldn't Iono here even if we see it here as Jake. Using the Pokegear is still fine, because it does give you prize card information to potentially work with as Jake. So now you could make more informed decisions moving forward. We haven't searched our deck here yet as Jake, so we could see 7 new cards out of the deck that could give us some prize card information to then make more informed decisions moving forward. So it's not bad to play the Pokegear here, but if we found Iono there, we would not want to play it. We would just want to Burst Roar. Consta has a 3-card hand. We don't want to make it a 6-card hand. And we know, as the spectators, and knowing what Consta's hand is, that Consta's hand is not very good. Yep, Jake, there's a Sigh, and okay, Burst Roar. Back-to-back turn 1 Burst Roars from Jake. Not what you want as Raging Bolt. Okay, we got some options here for Consta. So the choice to make here as Consta is, do I put a gift on my Lugia, or do I attach to my active Ursaluna, so that way if my Lugia dies, I can attack with Ursaluna? And I think if Lugia dies, you're in such a bad spot that you'd probably be able to, you'd like to be able to attack with Ursaluna, and then go from there. I guess you can still attack with Ursaluna with a double turbo energy, but you don't KO a Raging Bolt. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. It seems fine. Can't tell what that last card in the hand is there from Jake. I really do not like the way that Jake sequences this stuff, though. Okay, there we go. And now we can concealed cards away the fighting energy. Dude, Jake, chill. Jake, come on. All right, maybe we play the Vessel first on the fighting energy. Stop benching stuff. Stop attaching Bravery Charms. The Bravery Charm here should probably go to the Ogerpon, because as Jake here, if we KO the active, we trigger Gift Energy, and then Consta could get V-Star, Boss KO Ogerpon. But on the current board state, if we don't bench Ogerpon, and then we attach Bravery Charm to the other Ogerpon, there's no Lugia 2-hit KO target in play, but now there's 2 Lugia 1-hit KO targets in play in the Ogerpons. Jake just needs to, like, chill out. Jake needs to stop playing cards. Jake just needs to stop playing cards. The Bravery Charm needs to go to the Ogerpon with the grass, and then we just need to not bench the other Ogerpon, and then we can KO the active. We can go, all right, cool, KO your active, take the first 2 prize knockout, and now there's no 2 prize 1-hit KO for Lugia, the Lugia V, and you need to pull off some kind of Weird Deer play, or you just have to settle for punching my Raging Bolts, or I guess there would be like an Iron Hands KO on the Radiant Greninja as well. We see the Secret Temple. I assume you mean, is there a Temple of Sinnoh in the Raging Bolt? No, I don't think, it doesn't look like there's Enhanced Hammer or Temple of Sinnoh, any Lugia tech card. But honestly, Enhanced Hammer would not be a bad tech for this matchup as Raging Bolt, to be honest. There's a couple ways you could take advantage of it. You could remove Legacy Energy to shift the prize trade back in your favor. You could also Enhanced Hammer plus Iono, get rid of a Gift Energy as Raging Bolt. I actually don't hate that. All right, here comes the Pawn Acceleration. I don't know where we're at in the cycle of resources used. I assume we've used concealed cards at this point, but there goes the Sada, so we must have decent energy options in the discard pile. Just the fighting active, that's fine. Did we use concealed cards yet? We did concealed cards? Okay. What did we vessel away then? Am I tripping? We should have vesseled away the energy and then concealed cards. There should be 2 energy in the discard pile. What did we vessel? Did we vessel away the energy retrieval? Doesn't make any sense. Acrobike, excuse me, Trekking Shoes, Seize a Pheasantipity. Depends what the rest of the hand is, but keeping Pheasantipity is probably fine here. Then we can attach to the bench and just take this KO on the active. Okay, the other play that Jake could make here, there is one more play Jake could make here, though. We could just pass. or Burst Roar. We could pass or Burst Roar here as Jake. Actually, the more I think about it, I think Jake should have actually discarded the Pheasantipity and drawn an extra card here to try and find Prime Catcher or Catcher. Also, we should leave the fighting energy on the active here. Our active cannot die. So we want the option of Boss. The more I think about it, Jake could just pass and dig for just Burst Roar and try and find a Gust on the lone Lugia V on the next turn. I almost like that play a little bit better here as Jake. It's interesting. Like this KO, you still set yourself up in an okay situation, but I think I like the other play a little bit better. Okay, over to Consta. There's the Lugia V-Star we're looking for. And now Consta has Boss in hand. Consta can make the play happen. Consta can go Boss, KO, Ogerpon, get 2 prize cards this turn. When Consta was in a spot where it's going to be pretty unlikely to actually probably pull off 2 prize cards. So now Consta can go knock out Ogerpon, put the Legacy. I assume we're going to put the Legacy on the Lugia here. And then we can look for a follow-up Weird Deer for 2 prize cards into Chinchino for 2 prize cards probably. We just try and get as much energy in play as possible here from Consta. We could also try and save the Legacy for the Iron Hands. So we could go like Mist Jet active, bench Iron Hands, Mist Jet active, attach active, and then other chops, put the Legacy on the Iron Hands. Then we go for Iron Hands KO Greninja next turn. Doesn't seem that good though. Yeah, it doesn't seem that good. I feel like we have to go for a Lugia KO on the bench here, though. I don't think we can play this Research. Researching away 4 energy does not seem like a winning play here, especially with Ursaluna gone. If Ursaluna wasn't gone, maybe we could make it work. But with Ursaluna gone, I don't know how we make Researching away 3 energy work moving forward. Maybe there's enough to make it work with the Rats. Maybe. Now it's a lot of energy to lose. We see Consta is eyeing up the Legacy here to put on the active, so I think it is going to be a Legacy commitment. Yep, and then we have the attachment for hand, and then does play Weird here. So I would like to see Consta load up some energy on just one of the bench Archeops here, probably. Just put a couple energy on the bench Archeops, and then probably a gift. Actually, all the gifts are in play. There's one in on the active, one in the discard pile, 2 in the hand. So yeah, I want to see the second Archeops get played here, though, or the second Archeops get used here from Consta. And see, Jake could have had a board where this wasn't possible. Jake could have had a board where there was no option for a Lugia knockout. We should set up for a Weird Ear play here from Consta. We should load up like a double turbo and a something on the bench chops here. So we can maybe, if the Raging Ball comes into the active and one of KOs are active, then we can go, yeah, I don't like this. Oh my gosh, 2 more energy to the hand. Oh, holy. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's not good. Like I said, I still didn't like that play there from Consta though. Yeah, I wonder if here as Consta you just concede. And now there's a double turbo in hand. See, but now Consta doesn't even have the out of top deck Weird Ear, I don't think, to actually KO the active. But if we had loaded some energy on the bench Archeops here, Consta could have top decked Weird Ear for the 1-hit KO. And then we're still like a rat short, I guess. All right, over to Jake. Another Ogerpon has been found with this Nest Ball. This is okay if we're KOing the Lugia to put more Ogerpons into play. Yeah. It's okay. The only good attacker here from Consta next turn is, I guess Iron Hands would be, no, we're losing the Legacy energy, so Iron Hands isn't even a possibility. Yeah. Praying for an Iono this turn, potentially. But as Jake here, you should know to not Iono because Consta isn't progressing the board state. Yeah, Consta is just not even progressing the board state. All right, I don't love this Pheasantipity bench here from Jake. I think I would have liked to have seen this, like, use Radiant Greninja plus Trekking Shoes first. Actually, the more I think about it, I don't even like the Ogerpon bench either. Like, you're losing, like, the potential value you can get out of Bravery Charms if you're just, like, going wide on your board. But I guess this is, like, a good turn. This is, like, a fine turn to maybe go wide on your board here as Jake because you're KOing the only real threat in play. Nothing can really get you at this point. So it seems okay. Going back to, like, the energy discard choice there from Jake of choosing to not keep an energy on the Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt. We're seeing Jake get kind of punished for that. Now the Weird Ear could KO the active Raging Bolt easier than the Bravery Charmed one. So we're seeing that potentially could come back to bite Jake on this next turn from Consta. Although I think unlikely because Consta did not load up energy on that previous turn. There's a switch card in the hand here from Jake. So I'd like to see Jake switch card into the benched Raging Bolts just to play around the possibility of that Weird Ear play, make it a little bit harder. Here comes the discard. Definitely leave one of the energy in play on one of the Raging Bolts, please. Okay, this is fine. Okay. I'm okay with this. Maybe it's better on the active. I'm not sure. Chinchino top deck here from Consta. And I think I would scoop. We got 17 minutes left. That's actually not that much time. We could definitely utilize most of that here in the situation. Wait, is there a prize trade victory here for Consta? Hold up, hold up. Maybe there is a route actually to victory. Let me slow down a little bit here. I don't know. We're discarding a lot of energy. I don't know if there is. We're discarding so many energy if we're playing this game. We need to go like attack with Archeops and then Chinchino knockout, Chinchino knockout. I don't know if that's possible with how many energy are in the hand here though from Consta. I would maybe concede here. I think I would concede. I think I'm leaning towards concede. Yeah, I don't. Here comes the research. Ugh. I think we need back-to-back Chinchinos from here as well. When we just discarded a Chinchino, so it's not possible. And we just drew, dude, just pack it up. Please pack it up. Save the time. Okay, well, this can, yeah, there's just no there's no route. I don't see, there's no route, right? Goes to grab a Chinchino. Well, if we go Archeops Punch into Lugia Knockout plus Iono. Okay, maybe that's the route. If Consta can go Archeops Punch in Archeops Punch the active. I don't think there's a route here with Chinchino unless we have both Chinchinos. The fact that Consta only has one Chinchino left, I think means we can't go down the Chinchino route. Yeah, I don't think we can go down the Chinchino route here as Consta. I guess Consta's hoping that okay, there is still a line here for Consta. It's so unlikely though, it's just not worth it, I don't think. Like the line here from Consta is Punch active, then Jake goes Knockout active, and then Consta goes Knockout with Chinchino Iono, and you just whiff. But it's so unlikely, I think I would just concede as Consta and save time, to be honest. Yeah, I would have just conceded and saved time. Should have seen Jake attempt to use Mezagoza first. Probably won't be super consequential. Looking at the hand, I don't think there's another Sada in the hand. So maybe it's possible Jake can't find another Sada. Goes into the switch card immediately. I do not like this sequencing. Just start with concealed cards. Then we go into the trekking shoes. Then we progress from there. We don't need to worry about using switch card yet. We can do that way later in the turn. We're not even getting the knockout on the active here yet as Jake. Oh, do we have boss? Oh, if we have boss KO, okay, this is maybe fine if we have boss KO. We do have boss KO. All right, but we should still concealed cards first. But yeah, boss KO rat here is fine from Jake. It's a fine play. Everything is still very out of range. So I'm okay with the boss KO here. I'll allow the sequencing because of the boss. Should still progress with the concealed cards, obviously, but it's not a huge deal now. Could have Vessel there as well before the pawns, but keeping Vessels in the deck doesn't seem super bad. If we still have Palpad left as well, we should probably just be hitting this Pokestop, to be honest. And no, I guess we don't need to have done it first. What? Okay, now the sequencing makes no sense. I take it back. I take it all back. I was like, you know what, Jake? This is fine. This is fine. This is okay. We're going to boss KO the Minchino, right? Chinchino, right? Nope. All right. Now I don't like it. A lot of energy in hand here for Consta. We have Ultra Ball for Luminion, which can put these energy on the bottom of the deck. And we have the Rat in hand as well. But we need to find... Oh, wait, what? Maybe there's not Luminion in deck? There's Luminion. There's Iono. There's no energy! Dude, Consta just threw. Consta actually had an out. No, Consta literally had an out and just threw. All we had to do was Ultra Ball for Luminion for Iono, attach Jet active, evolve to Chinchino, play Iono, search the 2 energy back out of the deck. Wait, is that even enough? 5. Goes for the boss KO. Now we're going to have to go for the boss KO. We had Ultra Ball for Luminion, though. And now we're leaving Jake with like a billion card hand. That's a big hand. I mean, I know Pheasantipity's in play, but still. Wait, do we have it? Do we do it enough? 280. Yeah, it'd be 310, right? Yeah, it'd be 310. Yeah, Consta had a route there. Consta actually had a reasonable route. This is unreasonable because all Jake needs is an energy. And then your Chinchino dies and you lose. So this route is just unreasonable because Jake just literally loses, or Consta loses to a Raging Bolt attack. Now we only have 12 minutes left. The time is starting to get low. The time is starting to get low. And this is a favorable matchup for Lugia. The 2/2 rat is a favorable into the Raging Bolt. I don't, with the heavy Bravery Charm, maybe it's like 50-50 though. I don't know. Actually, with heavy Bravery Charm, maybe there is a little bit of a difference. I generally give Lugia the favor, but with like 4 Bravery Charm, because I think Jake might be playing the 4 Bravery Charm build. And that's iffy. If he has Thorn, he can win. He doesn't play Thorn, I don't think. Also, it wouldn't even win because there's a Bravery Charm on the active Raging Bolt. Yeah, last turn, Jake should have Gust KO'd the Shinjino. Like, had boss KO, I was like, okay, we're going to go for the boss KO here from Jake. That's... Dude, Consta got away with murder there, bro. What? Consta just got away with murder in that one. Holy man. Oh, I think Consta should have scooped. I think Consta should have scooped a while ago. Just conserve time going to game 3. You get to pick first versus second. So whatever you think is correct, you get that theoretical advantage, right? Dude. Yeah, Consta got away with murder on that one. In a terrible spot going to that last turn. There was no way for Consta to win if Jake just KOs the rat. The only way for Consta to win there was the rat not getting KO'd. But yeah, Consta had a way better play on that previous turn as well, though, like I was mentioning. Was there actually any setup for... There was never a Briar possibility, right, from Jake? Jake never was able to get enough energy in play to ever, like, threaten the possibility of Briar. That's actually something I didn't really think about, was Briar from Jake. Jake does play the Briar, but the Ogre Pawns never got established enough to actually make that happen. So the Briar was never a possibility. All right. We go next, I guess. I'll go through the replay. All right, makes no play, and that makes no sense if you don't play Energy Switch. No, you can usually... It's for the Charizard matchup more so than anything. It can come up in this matchup as well, as we just saw here. If Jake had, like, energy established, Jake could have done some kind of Briar play. But it's really for the Charizard matchup. And it's not hard to establish pawns to threaten Charizard on, like, turn 2 and turn 3, or leading into, like, turn 3 or turn 4. Because you can KO, like, you're KOing Charmanders and stuff in the early game, which only takes, like, 1 energy. All right, guys, chill out in chat. Chill out in chat. Remember, we're just judging the play. We're not judging the player. I'll go too hard on that stuff. I'm gonna have to issue some timeouts here. Let's see. It was a throw. It was a really big throw. It was a massive misplay. But y'all don't need to attack the person. I'll be watching for you. We're never going after the person. We're only ever judging the play. Find some people to time out. We want a little timeout rampage here. Almost a PTSD against Archeops. Definitely a bird hater. Definitely a fossil, a non-fossil enjoyer. Doesn't make a big throw at the end there, damn. It was a big throw. That was a huge throw. Once we start to play on stream, guys, let's please be kind. We all make mistakes, but we don't all have them broadcast. Guy's doing his best. Yeah. Once again, though, like I will tackle the other side of this situation though, and like we don't have to make well, we also don't need to make excuses for the players. They threw. We don't have to be like they threw, but it was because they were nervous. It's because it's maybe their first time on stream. Some people are saying, people in chat will be like, it's their first time playing the deck. Like, yeah. We don't need to attack the person. Just need to we're just here to judge the play, but we also don't need to make excuses for the players either. You fuck up, you fuck up. I'm trying to think if there was any card Lugia should have played where the single chops would have made a difference at the end. Any card Lugia could have played where the single chops would have made a difference at the end. I mean, Consta had a huge hand, so Consta probably had options. What was even the thought process behind that boss play? What did he plan to do? He was just trying to avoid proccing gift, I think, but I think Consta had like a huge hand. I don't remember how many cards did Consta even have in hand. Let's see, how many cards did Consta have in hand here? Like a billion, right? Yeah. Like the only argument was like to not, but there's no gift energy on the freaking. Oh, this is actually the replay. There's no gift energy on this rat, anyways. But how many cards did Consta have? A lot, right? Yeah, it's like 8 cards. No excuses. Well, not no excuses. No reasons. My bad. No reasons to make that play. There's like nothing. What options? I mean, like some kind of Thornton play, but there's no gift that was being. There's no gift draw happening. Like, yeah. And also just based on, even if Consta had drawn everything, yeah, the plays that Jake made, like even if Consta had drawn literally everything, literally like every single possible thing you could want, Jake could have created board states where Consta wouldn't be able to draw prize cards with better Bravery Charm placement. Yeah, with better Bravery Charm placement from Jake, Consta could have ended up in board states where there was no opportunity to draw prize cards. Maybe he wanted to prevent energy charge, but failed to realize Consta had no energy in deck. The no energy in deck has nothing to do with the fact of trying to stop energy charging. The no energy in... the only thing Consta needed was what was on board, which was the rat. Appreciate 31 months there, Primetime Wizard. Yeah, the only thing that Consta needed was what was on board. Energy charging doesn't matter there. It's like irrelevant. Everything Consta needed was that rat with energy, and then Jake gave him the rat with energy. Jake had to just check this card pile and realize, oh, no energy left. That, or just when Consta used the thing and didn't get anything. Yeah, when he failed chops on the last turn, it's probably a pretty good indication that there's a lack of energy to work with, because you'd probably want to accelerate like at least one energy there. Have you considered the possibility that Consta is a hypnotist and convinced him to boss? That's the only thing I can understand. I had not thought about that one, no. He saw Archeops and just went for it. Yeah, definitely tunnel visioned heavily on the Archeops in game 2. Definitely tunnel visioned heavily on the Archeops in game 2. When you could have just played a little bit more straight up. For sure. How to view the game 1 solo chop's decision though? The solo chop was interesting, I guess. I don't hate the solo chop from... We go back to the solo chop. I don't hate the solo chop choice here from Consta. Wait, was it? It wasn't this game though. Was this one? I don't hate the solo chop choice here from Consta because even though you could have got ultra balled for a second. So basically the decision was decided here from Consta. Consta is ultra balling away 1 Archeops and the Iron Hands, has Lugia V-Star with 2 Mist in hand. So Consta can either ultra ball for Lugia V and then read the wind away 1 of the Mist and hope that those 3 cards leads to double chops plus more options. But because the composition of the current hand is so bad from Consta, I actually don't hate this choice of solo chops, to be honest. Being like, well, I don't know. It's just like not that good. And my follow-up is not going to be that great, especially into like a Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt. So I'm just going to commit to the Minccino and just punch the active. I actually don't hate that choice from Consta. It does leave you vulnerable to Jake just having boss KO your lone chops. But Jake didn't have the boss KO lone chops. So that means as Consta, you're able to like recover the prize trade from there. So yeah, because of the composition of Consta's hand, if we were like reading the wind away a second Archeops here, if we're like Ultra Ball away Archeops, get Lugia V, or get, if we Ultra Ball away Archeops, get Archeops plus bench Lugia V, and then read the wind away second Archeops, I kind of like Consta probably going for that a little bit more. Oh, it's like Mezagoza double mist here in the hand now. But because of like because of the composition of the hand here from Consta, I actually don't hate this choice from Consta to go for the solo chop. I think the only thing where Consta messed up later on was like not establishing a second attack sooner and kind of playing into Iono more. This is the turn where Consta has Ultra Ball and could have Ultra Balled for Minccino or Lugia V, but I think Lugia V was probably the better choice here from Consta, so we could have Ultra Balled for Lugia V, and then had Cinccino and Lugia V-Star set up on the next turn. Lugia V-Star responds to this Raging Bolt, and then can boss KO Squawkabilly for the win, or we can get 4 energy on Cinccino to KO anything for the win on the next turn as Consta. And this is where Jake needs to commit to, at this point, Jake, this Raging Bolt needs to be a Sandy Shocks, because then you know Consta's only response to your active Raging Bolt KOing the Ursaluna is the Cinccino, and then if you respond to the Cinccino with a Sandy Shocks plus Iono, maybe you just win the game from there and you just take over as Jake. So yeah. All right, looks like there's a couple of rounds left, and then yeah, in game 2 there, we're definitely getting to the point where it definitely felt like Consta should have conceded game 2 sooner to conserve time for game 3, where you theoretically have the advantage because you could choose first or second. And I would have liked to have seen what Consta chose, to be honest, going into game 3, if Consta chose first or second. Room's an issue in Lugia, but is Night Stretcher worth just because of Ursaluna value? You'd probably just play 2 Ursaluna if it was just for that. Actually, it doesn't have to be just for that. If you think Ursaluna is that good, you just play 2. Depends what you're trying to do with the Ursaluna. If you're trying to gust with it, then the Stretcher or second Ursaluna is better than Thornton. But if you're okay with just trying to KO the active, then Thornton becomes a fine option. You could just play Thornton instead. So you could just play Ursaluna plus Thornton. It depends how you're trying to get the most value. But overall, 1 is like usually enough. 1 Ursaluna, because you're not trying to use it early game. You just like in those games specifically, Consta was forced into it early game because Consta literally started with the Ursaluna 2 games in a row. Yeah, Consta literally started with Ursaluna 2 games in a row. But most of the time, you can do other stuff and then follow up with Ursaluna, which is ideally what you want to do. Doing a wee bit of coloring. I think Golden Go is viable. Yeah, Golden Go seems decently solid right now, to be honest. Seems okay. Solid card. Okay, and I need to turn down my my AC a little bit. It's getting kind of warm in here. Have any ideas for dinner? My dinner is always the same. My meals don't change. It's just chicken and rice. Same old. Same old. Expand on your dinners not changing. 7 out of 7 nights. Usually like 6 out of 7. I do meal prepping. I just keep it at like 2 to 3 different meals. It just makes everything easier. Yeah, it just makes everything easier for me. With my my workflow and work schedule and everything. You and Chip live together? No. No love for the vegetables. I have like peppers and onions in there as well, and then I put an avocado in there. All right, round 3. I'm not gonna pull up the standings yet because it's like so hard to like. I'll wait for a couple more rounds till we look at the standings. Why is my nose so runny today? What the heck? Holy smokes. Hope you have no corona. A couple times I've had corona. I've never had a runny nose, I don't think. I don't think I've ever had a runny nose whenever I've had corona. It's just been I just feel super shitty. So would you ever play a meme deck to a major? I mean, possibly. I don't have any plans to. It would like depend on it would depend a lot on like if I had my world's invite or whatever. I'd have to like have my world's invite. I don't know if I ever. I don't. Yeah, I'd have to at least have my world's invite, I guess. Or I'd have to be like basically fully retired. I'd have to be like basically retired where I just like don't care anymore, I guess. Who's my top 5 favorite players? I don't know. I don't really have a top 5 favorite players. What do you think about Dragon Ball in the current meta? It's pretty mid. I want to see Frostlass and Venomoth at a major. We did see Venomoth. What was he playing? Venomoth something at a major. I forget what it was. Venomoth something. It was Jake Ewert played Venomoth something and got on stream at like round 4. Are you going to China? No, I'm not going to China. Maybe at some point in the future. Daddy Moon has fallen off so much. I mean, it hasn't been very good for quite a while. Something I'm finding frustrating is knowing what deck to invest money into right now. Like maybe when Pikachu X comes out, I'll build that. Lugia/Drago rotates soon, right? Like 6 months. Yeah, Lugia and Regidrago rotate in like 6 months. Oh, actually not really. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 5 months, yeah. 5.5 months. So 5 months. So I don't know. Something like Charizard is still probably a good long-term investment overall, I guess, but I don't know. There's not, yeah. Any of like the newer big cards like Charizard or yeah, Charizard. What else? What are the maybe Charizard? Bolt is worth, yeah. Bolt, Charizard, maybe Bolt. A little bit less invested in the idea of Bolt being good for sure. Dragapult is probably a decent investment. You think Pikachu Marana is viable for tournament? I don't know. I haven't played the new format. Think Terrapagos is a good investment? I mean, it's probably fine. I don't know. I don't think about that kind of stuff. I don't think about the long-term validity of decks like moving forward. Terrapagos is a good card. Charizard's a good card. Dragapult's a good card. Like they're decent right now. They could be good in the future. They could be terrible in the future. Just kind of depends on where the meta is. Like if grass decks become meta for like a whole year and Charizard's just unplayable, like it's not like impossible. It could happen. I just don't think about the game that way. Appreciate $2 super chat there, Killchain. Bro, we want to hear you blow your nose. Don't mute, man. I'm gonna keep it muted. I saved that stuff for the Metafy group only. I'll put a nose blowing compilation up on the Metafy group later today. I don't think Terrapagos is there yet. Yeah, but what is that what does that mean though, Thom? You don't think it's there yet, but you think it'll get there, then that means it's worth the investment. Right? Unless you're just saying you're too unsure about the idea of investing in Terrapagos, which would be fair. But otherwise, it's a perfect investment, right? Because if you think it gets better in the future, then this is the cheapest it'll ever be, right? Or it'll be cheaper than Tom. Is it Tom? Thom? I've never seen Tom spelled that way, so I was saying Thom. I just assumed it had to not be Tom. Yeah, now would be the time to invest in Terrapagos if you think it's going to get better. It'll be more expensive theoretically if it gets better. Time is now. It's just Tom? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never seen it being spelled with the TH before. All right, Tom. You've never seen the name Thomas? That is not the same thing. THOM and THOMAS are two completely different words. You're capping. Bombas. Standard 3-0, surely he streamed. Maybe. I feel like they probably hold out to make sure he goes a little bit. Oh, they don't like to show like controller stall. And I don't think they should show it too much either. I think they should maybe save showing controller stall until day 2, to be honest. Like if he makes day 2 and is like in the running at any point, then put him on in day 2. I'd rather see like a controller stall player that is actually honestly I would just never I never want to see stall be played. Hopefully they just never put stall on. Control's fine though. Control's fine. I'm fine if they put control on. Stall is just not. It's just so boring. It's just so boring. It's the same name minus the AS. I'm not gonna get into this, bro, mate. There's so many words I could just bring up and cut off a couple letters and be like, it's the same thing. I don't want to think about it. I know you're just trolling me, so I'm not gonna get baited here. I got another question. I pulled a $90 SIR Terrapagos and want to build the rest of the deck, and I'm wondering if I should play the $90 one or buy a $15 one. You guys play with SIRs? Some people do, some people don't. It's just a personal thing. The fact that you're questioning it means you do not care enough about playing with bling to play with bling. The fact that you have like a blinged out card and you're questioning whether or not you should play with it means you should either keep it and put it in a binder or sell it and then buy more cards with that to like play the deck. Yeah. The fact that you're questioning it means you should not play with it. Just off the rip. The fact that you're questioning it. If you're someone who like wants to play bling, you should enjoy the idea of like playing like that artwork of card. And if you're playing bling for any reason that is like to like flex or use it as like some kind of status symbol, then you shouldn't do that either. That's cringe. You should play with like an artwork of card because you like the artwork of the card. That's about it. That's the only reason. The fact that you're questioning it means you should not play with the card. Sander wouldn't play stall, I don't think. No, I know. I'm just saying I don't want to see stall in general. I'm not saying Sander's playing stall. Although if Sander was playing like a Snorlax or 2 in his deck, I wouldn't be surprised. You think Dusknoir is bad for the health of the game? Dude, I need to set up a Dusknoir command. I just don't care. I do not care. I haven't thought about it. I don't care about Dusknoir. Hope they announce the missing NA regionals soon. I want to see if I can play or staff the events. Yeah, hopefully soon. Yeah. It's got to be soon. We already know the rough time periods for them, right? We just don't have the exact dates and locations. Did anyone catch that Consta drew twice after his Archeops was KO'd last game in game 2? Dude, I don't really want to do this. Am I just going to go back and see a gift energy get triggered? That happens literally every single time I do this after someone says someone drew twice. People are like, yo, the Lugia player drew twice. I'll go check it. All right, FX, after game 2, Consta drew twice. Okay. I'll go check. You said after the Archeops got KO'd? There's no gift energy on it. There's no gift energy on it, so... And then we push up the rat. And we draw for turn. We have boss energy. Doesn't really matter. Oh, was it the first Archeops? Hold up. Maybe it was the first Archeops. 2 Archeops did die this game, right? There's the gift energy. Dude, gosh darn it. Am I just wasting all this time watching this freaking gift energy get procced again? There's a 6-card hand. God damn it. I have to time out FX for this. You guys can't get away with making me go watch a gift energy get freaking procced. Six, hold up. There's the draw for the gift. Promoted the Minchino. Then there's the draw for turn. Hold up. Conso theoretically could draw again. It is possible. Dude. Okay. I gotta go time out FX. Oh, wait, they're showing the day 1 meta. Hold up, let me go back. Oh, I missed the day 1 meta too. And I got you, chat. There you go. Where's FX, dude? Yo, FX, say something in chat so I can time you out. Oh, never mind. I found you. Dude, every time, bro. I feel like every time there's a Lugia match on stream, someone is like, the Lugia player drew twice. Every single time. Okay, so you have 15% and a bunch of 10s. Like, this is not... So the meta's not super surprising here. Dragon Ball actually maintained at 8%. I thought it would be a little bit lower. Palkia at 8%. Makes sense at this point. Charizard with a big comeback, though. Charizard had a big comeback. 7 to 6% at Louisville. We actually don't know for sure. But it's back up at 10%. And I actually think Charizard was a pretty good play going into this tournament because I think it handles Raging Bolt Braver Charm better than most decks. I think it handles it better than most decks. Let's take a look at the best of the rest here real fast. Terrapagos over at 7, and then just a big drop off. You got Gardevoir and a bunch of junk. Lost Box did not make a huge come up from Louisville. Only at 3% there. How many rounds is 1300? 8-4, I believe. Actually, it might be 8-3. I'll look it up after this. Yeah, Lost Box did not have a huge come. I thought it'd have a little bit bigger of a come up. I thought it'd be like 5%. I thought it would get up to like 5. 3% is probably like 1% at Louisville, though, to be honest. Is there any significant difference between US and EU regional? US and EU meta? No. Oh, would I call this a Charizard come up, or is this just Europe choosing to play Charizard at a more popular rates? Not sure. I'm actually kind of curious myself. Where are we at for the... Dude, how do I find this? Where's this information at? Okay, we are looking at 1300 masters. It will be 8-4. Yeah, you need less than 1024 to have 8-3. Oh yeah, 8-4. And X2 should be guaranteed cut, basically, I'm pretty sure. We ran the simulations the other day. We were like right on the money for the numbers, but we could, well, I guess like we can look at the current tie rate. Current tie rate is 16%. So let's say it stays at 15%. I'll bring y'all along with me. Okay, so we go here. Tie rate currently is 16%. We can look at who's 3-0 here in just a second. Let's go to the Swiss calculator. It is 13-11, and let's just say it stays at 15%, which seems a little high for the current landscape of the Pokemon TCG, but maybe people are kind of scared of doing the gentleman's after Louisville, but yeah, you should probably gentleman's here. Yeah, because the 30 pointers are, yeah. Ooh, we could get some 20. If it stays at 15%, 29 pointers could make it. Wait a second. Only one. So that wouldn't be a lot of. It would still be like a 9-person. It's still like a 9-person asymmetrical cut with like one 29-point player into the cut. So it's nothing like too extreme. But if we can get someone with 28 match points into top cut, we could have a big top cut. I don't know. That's like pretty unlikely. What is that? X12? Wait. 7. No, it'd be X2. Wait, X21. 921. 921? Am I tripping? Yeah, 921. So 129 is 912. So if there's no 29 pointers, I guess theoretically, and then a 28 pointer could maybe make its way into cut. We just need 0 29 pointers to exist. And then we'll be all good. And then we get like a 16-person top cut. Also, notice absolutely no Pult on that chart. No, Pult was on the first page. It was what, 8%, 7%, something like that. It was up, newbie. No item lock and low loss zone box. I wouldn't have expected that. I mean, Bennett's never popular. Even if Bennett's like a good play, it's never a popular deck. Yeah, Bennett will never be like super popular. It was, I mean, it was somewhere on the chart. I mean, somewhere off the chart probably, right? If we go back to, I'm actually curious. Yeah, so it's like 1% right here is like Bennett decks, Bennett Dusknoir, Bennett Gardevoir. I think Bennett Gardevoir's a really good play right now, but yeah, it's somewhere over here. And then, yeah, I think the Lost Box have a little bit better of a come up from Louisville, but my guess was like 5%. I'm not like overly surprised to see it at like 3%. It's not like a super big conversion from Louisville. I think the stream team separated Gardevoir and Bennett. Yep, they are two different decks, I would assume. You think Bennett is put on Unclassified? That'd be my guess, yes. I would hope they do that because they're just two completely different decks. I guess I could see the automated system though saying any deck with 2 Gardevoir EX. Yeah, I say that like being like, yep, I would hope they would do that, but now that I'm thinking about it, they maybe didn't. I'm like, yeah, they should, but I guess if like the system is calculating Gardevoir decks as decks with 2 Gardevoir EX, then maybe it would combine them together, to be honest. I actually could be wrong on that. I would hope they don't, but they maybe do. It's more so just because it would be kind of good to know the true number. We don't really need to know how many Bennett Gardevoirs are in the tournament, to be honest. It's kind of irrelevant. It's kind of whatever. It would be kind of cool to know how many Gardevoirs there are. That's like that information is a little bit more impactful, important, whatever. So that would be cool to know, but unsure. It's good. I think it's a good play at the moment. I think it won't be as good of a play in Surging Sparks. Maybe. I feel like Bennett is probably fine. Maybe not. Is Bennett fine against Pikachu? That's like the only really big shakeup, right? Maybe Hydreigon's like a thing. Maybe Hydreigon will be a thing. I don't know. I'm kind of coming around on Hydreigon a little bit, to be honest. Is Bennett okay into Latias still? Oh, true. They have Latias EX. Yeah, Bennett. Most of Bennett's matchups are not trap something in the active matchups. Most of the time you're item locking through the active, and that's just fine. Also, we'll see how popular Latias is. Like, I don't think Latias is going to be like played in like Raging Bolt and stuff. So, yeah, a lot of Bennett's matchups are just attack item lock through the active is like a fine way to tackle it. So I don't think Latias is going to be a huge deal, but we'll wait. We'll see. I guess it might be a bigger deal than I'm giving it credit. Yeah, it could be a little bit bigger of a deal than I'm giving it credit, to be honest. We'll see. Predictions for next game? We can do that. I got you. I wonder if Gravity Stone Klefki push becomes a play next format. Gravity Stone Klefki push. I guess it could. You can also do it with Fluttermane. They can just gust around it though, and then they can retreat. So it's probably like you can use it to like stall for a turn. Well, Fluttermane would be better because you can actually attack. So you can go like bring up the Latias, Iono, Fluttermane attack. Go ahead. That could be good. Went back and checked. In Dortmund, they separated Guardian Bennett on day 2. Best of the rest. So it's safe to assume that today's graphic is accurate. Yeah, I guess if they did in the past, there's no reason to not apply it to this tournament. Hatterini V hit and run Klefki deck. Broken. You think Archelodon will be meta? Probably not, no. But I think it is a good card. So I think it has competitive potential in the future. But it doesn't feel that... it doesn't feel like overly that good right now. Got some 3-0s here. Yuho. Also 3-0. And they got Kywin, Burt Walters, James Cox, Luke Kirkham. Wait, wasn't Luke... Didn't Luke play the Gouging Fire at Dortmund? I wonder if Luke's still playing Gouging Fire. Running it back. Adam Hawkins, 3-0. Wonder if Diallo can make a comeback. Yeah, definitely. It's a good card. Doesn't have that much time left, I guess. He got 5 months to make something work, but good card. Matang's a good card. Diallo's a good card. Would be good to see some Zorak Vsar before rotation. Zorak Vsar is like a dead card. It's not good. Or a dead deck. Decks like... So I generally don't like to compare decks. But... when a deck has no other unique... nothing unique about it in comparison to another deck that does the exact same thing, that means the deck is just bad. So Zorak Vsar is like bad specifically because Raging Bolt exists, basically. Because of Raging Bolt's existence, Zorak can never be good because they do the exact same thing and there's nothing that Zorak does better. Zorak doesn't do anything better than Raging Bolt, except it needs an extra turn to attack. That's about it. You could say like, well, you don't have to use your supporter for turn in terms of Sada to be able to like get your energy in play. But it doesn't make up for like the overall flow of both decks. So that's why like Palkia Area 0 is bad. That's why Zorak V-Star is bad. And they don't really have a chance to ever be good because Raging Bolt exists. And Raging Bolt is just the better version of those decks by a lot. So it's just a 2-prize Pokemon that hits really hard. But Raging Bolt can do it as a basic Pokemon, and it can do it on the first turn of the game, right? First turn of the game going second. So there is like some, like you can compare decks somewhat in that way. Now, if there was like any unique thing about the other decks where they gave them like a little bit enough strength, the one thing about like Palkia Area 0 is you have Moonlight Shuriken to work with, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough currently at all, and I don't think it'll ever be enough to like make a difference. So, and like Zorak, there's nothing. Zorak doesn't have anything over Raging Bolt. There's nothing you like. Yeah, there's the only thing is like, well, I use double turbo energy. I can use double turbo energy for my attachment for turn. I don't need to play Sada as my supporter. But like we just know that that's not a big enough difference maker, right? It's not hard to get Raging Bolt in a position in a game to set yourself up to be able to like play boss, or you just play catchers and you have prime catcher. You have enough other gust effects, and KO in the active is usually often just good enough anyways. So you're chilling. So that's like the thing is like, I usually don't like it when people compare decks because it's usually just incorrect. It's the incorrect way to view the game. But for like that specifically, like usually one of the reason bad decks are bad decks is because there's just other decks in the meta that are good decks that literally do the exact same thing but just better. Why isn't Golden Go bad? Because Golden Go can play from a 1 prize board, and something like Raging Bolt can't. And you also have access to Radiant Greninja, so you can play from a one prize board more easily with Gimme Ghouls. And then also the HP of Golden Go is super awkward for decks to deal with, and you don't need to include something like Bravery Charms to utilize it. And then also with Golden Go as well, you can get your board state out of range of easier liability knockouts than Raging Bolt can. Raging Bolt like needs to find a bunch of Bravery Charms to ever make that work, but Golden Go can have like 3 Golden Goes in play, and you don't have to bench Pheasantipity or something, and then all of a sudden you have to go through a 260 HP Pokemon to get a knockout, and that number is just awkward. So Golden Go like actually brings something to the table besides just 1 KO my opponent's active as a 2 prize Pokemon. Or just enough to make it like a reasonable play alongside Raging Bolt. The things that people could play that really like take advantage of Raging Bolt don't necessarily take advantages of the weaknesses of Golden Go. So like those little things do make a difference. Also built-in draw power on its ability. It's like another thing. Built-in draw engine. But yeah, usually the bad decks, that's why bad decks are bad decks, is because something just does it better. But when you take like 2 good meta decks and you're like, which of these two... I mean, asking which of the 2 decks is better, I don't know, it's kind of irrelevant. I don't know, I'd have to have someone in chat ask me one of the questions where I'd be like, that's not how you should be thinking about the game. I can't remember any of the questions, to be honest, but there's like a bad way to think about deck comparisons that people bring up all the time. It's like when people would ask me, like, which Palkia deck do I think is better? Chien-Pao with Palkia or an actual Palkia deck? And it's like, only one of those is a Palkia deck. Palkia in, like, the Baxcalibur Chien-Pao deck is an enabler for some kind of like early game aggression through the Palkia attack / like energy and play consistency, but only one of those is like a Palkia deck. Golden Go with or without Palkia? Right now, probably with Palkia. Moving forward, I don't know, to be honest. If the new energy spinner card is like that good in the deck, then I guess you'd go without Palkia. I guess you could still try and fit water energy in the deck, as well, technically. How would you feel if a new rule got introduced where the players going second also can't attack on their first turn, but can still use a supporter? I don't know. If it's better for the game, then I'd be fine with it. If it's worse for the game, then I'd be against it. But it's not something I think about, so I don't have an answer on if I think it'd be better or worse. You think about Energy Search Pro and Golden Go? It's got potential for sure to be the better way to play the deck. And then at that point, the question becomes, do you still play Palkia? But it seems pretty hard to play Palkia if you're playing the Energy Search Pro, for sure. It also feels like it's missing like one extra piece of the puzzle to get to its damage numbers to one-shot range, turn 1 more consistently compared to decks like Molt. Yeah, Zoro it definitely is just, you need more to get to your 1 KOs, for sure. What's going to be your first term of the season? There's a command in the title. I've been thinking 3 water, 2 metal, 1 of each for the rest. The question is like, how much do you want to try and utilize Energy Search Pro? Like, how much are you trying to like enable your deck through that card? Because like theoretically, you could just play only Energy Search Pro as Energy Search. Yeah, only Energy Pro as like Energy Search, which like would be fine theoretically. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you still need like a vessel or 2 though. I don't know. Otherwise, but that's why I was gonna go with that. It's hard to find your waters if you only play 1 Energy Search Pro, right? If you only play 1 Energy Search Pro, it's hard to find enough waters to actually utilize Poke or Greninja on like turn 2. That kind of would be the question. How many are you gonna play? What decks do you think will benefit from Latias? I mean, Miraidon at the very least. What do you think of Kieran instead of Switch? I mean, I can't. That's in what deck and like, yeah, in what deck? I have to know the deck and then I have to know, like the 60 cards. Like that's just not like a question. You have to ask me a more specific question than just what do you think of Kieran instead of Switch? Terrapagos, the Switch seems better. I mean, you can play both, but Switch definitely seems better. You need like an aggressive way to move your active. All right, well, it looks like Leon won the coin flip there and then chose for Stefan to go first. At least that's what like the hand motions seem to indicate. We'll see what's actually going on though here in a second. Stefan still playing Palkia Dusknoir. It is Palkia Dusknoir versus 3 flutes. Versus Stall. Let's get it. Dude, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Ooh, Billy Start. So the Greninja's a really good attacker in this matchup because of Ogerpon. So you just want to get like Greninja setup and Dusknoirs, basically. Greninja and Dusknoirs. Why they gotta put Stall on, man? They maybe also just didn't know. They maybe just went to go pick Stefan because Stefan was 3-0. Which I can't really fault them too much for that. It's just kind of unfortunate that we're seeing some Stall action here. But who knows? Maybe it'll be entertaining. We'll see. Prediction? Oh, I got you. Where am I? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, I got it. It's winnable by Snorlax. Winnable by Snorlax. It just needs more than 3 turns. The Squawkstar is tragic. It's not that the Squawkstar actually isn't that bad in this matchup because of how it plays out. It feels like, well, that's not 100% true actually. You do want to. It is kind of annoying. There's a Squawk and C. So yeah, Stefan went after the Froakie. Oh, we did lose Vacuum and Prime Catcher here from Stefan. But honestly, for that situation, the Squawkabilly is honestly fine. We can also retreat the Squawkabilly this turn from Stefan before Snorlax can get in the active potentially. So it'd probably be good to see Stefan retreat Squawkabilly here. Has the Greninja in the hand, is just missing. Has Greninja in the hand, is just missing that rare candy. So the biggest card in the game at this point, I think, is just the Switch in Stefan's deck. The card that matters the most at this point from Stefan is literally Switch. Yeah, there's the Radiant Greninja found. Yeah, Squawkabilly can get trapped in the active. It isn't like the worst thing ever because you can play this matchup pretty fast. So like, the Snorlax player doesn't have as much time to bring up Squawkabilly over and over again, but it still definitely matters. And I guess like almost like the bigger thing in this situation, honestly, is the fact that Stefan has already lost a Prime Catcher as like a way to potentially switch out one time. Does still have the Switch in the deck. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Yeah, can definitely. The Squawkabilly can get stuck, and that should be the game plan here from Leon. is to trap the Squawkabilly moving forward. But yeah, Stefan here should definitely retreat the Squawkabilly before potentially get stuck in the active. Yep, there's the immediate retreat into the Froakie. There's not that much else in the hand there for Stefan, but does at least have concealed cards. All right, over to Leon. Has Nest Ball, has Eerie, which could be pretty good here, but the hand from Stefan unfortunately has no items. I don't think there's a better supporter here from Leon. So here comes the Nest Ball. I assume we're going to grab... Is eyeing up the Mimikyu? Oh, just doing a prize check. Okay. Yeah, I assume he's going to grab a Snorlax here, because the goal at this point has to be just like trap Squawk. I'm pretty sure. So we can get a Snorlax, put that on the bench the Rotom, play the Eerie, draw 3, and then just kind of go from there. And I'm assuming Stefan only plays one. Was that 3 Artisan? 2 Artisan. 2 Artisan and something. A lot of Artisan. Gotta keep those Temple of Sinnohs bumped, I guess, for the mists. Yep, there's a Snorlax grab. No flute access. But honestly, because of the Squawkabilly start from Stefan, the flute doesn't really matter at this point. Think Stefan should go aggressive on the Nor or no? You don't want to like use them and not take knockouts, but you can be pretty aggressive with them. Yeah. You do want to like save some Dusknors for potential Mimikyus, but you can be fairly aggressive with it. Yep. Stefan is missing a couple pieces here. Here comes the Rotom, and then the draw 3 off the Rotom. The follow-up hand there from Leon is not great. So if Stefan can start aggressively getting knockouts here, even if Stefan doesn't have access to switch, yeah, because like there's no counter catcher in hand here from Leon, so just send a knockout on the or a punch into the active here. I guess we're not even knocking out the active here though. Yeah, just Duskull Pass from Stefan. There's a heavy ball from Leon. I don't remember if there's any Pokemon prize from Leon. We'll see here in a second. No Pokemon. Does confirm the prize cards here. 3 Flute, Eerie, Palpad, and Counter Catcher, I believe. And then I think maybe Top Decked and Arven there, so we can have a little bit better of a follow-up turn here from Leon, I think. And Stefan needs to find a candy. Ideally, you want to go like attack with Greninja plus maybe Iono next turn, because Leon's hand is going to start to get pretty big after like another Rotom. Oh, there's a Misfortune Sisters. That's a good play here, actually. I was like, I knew we drew some supporter. I thought it was an Arven. But it's a Misfortune Sisters, but that's pretty good. If we can get some hits. There's one Stretcher. Just one Stretcher. The top deck was an Iono, though, which would have freed Stefan's hand. So the reshuffle here, no longer getting that top deck. And immediately Palpad's back, Eerie Misfortune Sisters. We want to keep going through those item cards. The Misfortune Sisters specifically is a good hit to keep chaining here as Leon. You can find that switch and then trap the Squawkabilly. That could just be game there, just on that. Nors are technically a switch too by KO in the active lax. That is true. I mean, Leon's going to try and get multiple Snorlax in play. But yeah. All right, there's the Roadie for 3. Another Water Energy top deck here from Stefan. So we have enough energy to conceal the cards and then also attach to the active and attack if we can get a rare candy. There's the Iono. And we'll know where our switch is as well here for Stefan. We'll know where it's going to the bottom of the deck. We could pop Dusclops here as Stefan to put 50 on the active. And then give Leon one less card off the Iono. But would give one of the prize cards over. And then that way if we get Candy Greninja, we actually KO the active. So I would have hated to see Stefan do that, but... Alright, there is... Pokestop. We're just needing an Ultra Ball here. We did find the rare candy. Another rare candy. A counter catcher as well. I guess we're going to try bouncing. Stefan still does not have an attack. He's going for the heavy ball play here. We'll check the prize cards. I don't remember if there's a basic prize here on this side either. There is a Palkia. So we could bench Palkia here as Stefan. We could pop the Dusclops. and then bench the Palkia. Once again, probably just doing the damage to the active to set up for the Greninja play. But then if Leon does have a Penny, you kind of lose damage in play. But Leon would have to like Penny into a Snorlax or a Rotom in this situation, so it wouldn't be like terrible. There's 2 Ultra Ball prized. It is just a try bouncing angle. Hey, we got the heads. 30 damage. Incredible. All right, over to Leon. We are looking for more Snorlaxes. And I already see a Nest Ball in the hand. 2 Nest Balls. All right, hella Snorlax. Hey, we have a Misfortune Sisters. That's a pretty good play this turn. Set up a bunch of Snorlaxes. I don't know where the Bravery Charm goes, to be honest. And then we're just looking to, once again, trap that Squawkabilly is the game plan at this point for Leon. Bring up Squawkabilly, trap it in the active. So we just need a swarm of Snorlaxes to be able to accomplish that. We do see Leon lining up 2 of them. And then we have that more Misfortune Sisters. We could just go after Candies and Stretchers and potentially the Switch that Stefan has left. There we go. Snorlax acquired. Might not be using the next Nest Ball yet. I do like at least using one of the Nest Balls. I don't hate holding on to this other Nest Ball though, to be honest. Leon could retreat and force Seal Stone for boss. Oh, true. I don't hate that actually. Setting the aggressive tempo right now. Yeah, I do kind of like that actually. Don't give up any prize cards. Just immediately go into the lock and force the switch card out of Stefan. Does go into the Misfortune Scissors, but yeah, I like that play. I like the retreat plus boss Squawkabilly here, and force Stefan to. Oh, I don't even know if I like the Nest Ball discard there. Definitely want to get rid of the Ultra Ball. Honest, because it's not really this. You don't win by milling your opponent. We're not trying to deck them out as soon as possible. But I guess it does increase the odds of our follow-up Misfortune Sisters. We retreat to the Snorlax. This is fine. I don't know if I love losing a Snorlax though. Yeah, this seems fine. Not sure how I feel about that. Appreciate the 9 months there, Glumix. I feel like I'd rather have given up the Ogerpon to preserve my extra Snorlax, to be honest. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely like that that play, Piper. I like the boss on Squawkabilly trap at this turn. Or Stefan to have a switch or a switch, honestly. Like, yeah, if Leon understands what Stefan is playing, you know there's no boss and the prime catcher's gone, so. Focus stop from Stefan. We do have the Ultra Ball in hand now, so we can get the Greninja. We can actually pull off quite a few. We could pull off quite a few Dusknors this turn. We can't, like, board wipe. I wonder if Stefan should ever not draw prize cards here to actually play for getting Palkia in play. Okay, because Stefan could counter catcher here. I wonder if Stefan can wait for like a big combo turn. We see Stefan lining up the Palkia and the Vessel. Like, what if Stefan popped Dusclops, put 50 on the Ogerpon, bench Palkia, pass, and don't draw a prize card. Don't give access to counter catcher. And then if we can build up towards a big Greninja play. We don't even have to bench Palkia here because we can attach active and then try bouncing again. Yeah, Stefan can just chill. I feel like Stefan can just kind of chill here. We see Stefan's thinking about giving up the Palkia here as well. Ideally, you want to combo it with an Iono. Like, you could pop triple Dusknor, like take 3 knockouts, and Iono. We don't have the Iono yet, but it is in the deck. But you don't want to attack the active. I guess you could, as Stefan here, you could attack the active, give counter catcher, get the Iono, and then have to just try and find. You would have to try and find the switch on that next turn, I guess. There's a nice stretcher into the Dusknor. I guess we want to use some of these cards before we potentially get Eerie here. Stefan is going to go for the knockout here, it looks like. And then play for a big turn on the next turn. Maybe even like a potential full board wipe. Now, this does give counter catcher over to Leon, but we do have 1 switch left here as Stefan. So I think Stefan has to search out Iono here, and then has to draw into that switch on the next turn. Can he ping with Clops and then take the KO on the active? Wait, what do you mean? I mean, the answer is yes. But if you ping with Klops now, then you like lose the damage. Yeah, the only reason Stefan could have not done this play to avoid having to use the switch, because now we give counter catcher to Leon, so Leon can counter catcher this turn, and then potentially could miss Fortune Sisters and mill the switch or something like that, and then you'd be in trouble here as Stefan. I guess we could still get counter catcher involved to retreat, but then we can't use the Mirage Barrage next turn, which I'm pretty sure is what Stefan wants to do, is Mirage Barrage on this next turn. Here comes an S-Ball. We might see Mimikyu get established here. No, more Snorlax. I mean, this seems fine. Yeah, if Leon had bossed last turn, Leon would be in a way better spot going into this turn, because we would have forced the switch potentially already out of Stefan, or made it that much harder for Stefan to set up for the switch combo. Yep, there's the arm for the counter catcher. For a fan, I don't know if it really matters, to be honest. But how many prize cards can Stefan draw next turn? Stefan can almost draw all of his prize cards. Like, Stefan can go pop Dusknoir, pop Dusclops. Yeah, Stefan can draw, like... If we can go pop Dusknoir, pop Dusclops, play counter catcher, pop Dusknoir, Iono Leon down to 3. Okay, there's the cape on the Rotom. So now Stefan, like, if we're going to use Mirage Barrage to KO Rotom, we have to now ping it with Dusclops, right? But that's fine. We can ping the Rotom with Dusclops, ping maybe the Ogerpon with Dusknoir now, and then go KO Rotom, KO Ogerpon, and then threaten the win on KO and a Snorlax on the next turn, right? That seems pretty good from Stefan here. I assume that's going to be the play here. We still need to find Switch here from Stefan. So we probably just hit Pokestop first because we have Rare Candy in hand, which could lead to Candy Dusknoir. So we can go pop Dusknoir, damage the Ogerpon, pop Dusclops, damage the Rotom. Then Rotom has oh yeah, it would exactly KO the Rotom with Mirage Barrage. It would have 240 HP left. And the Ogerpon, yeah, the Ogerpon would also get KO'd by Mirage Barrage. Yeah, the 30 from Try Bouncing actually like makes a difference here. Heavy Balls first here. But yeah, I think that's the play here from Stefan. So we just hit the Pokestop first and see what happens from Stefan. You just hit the Pokestop, see what happens, hoping for a Night Stretcher to become second Dusknoir here. Let's see. There's a Dusknoir prize, so it would have to be a Night or I think Night Stretcher's in the hand. We might need Rare Candy, actually. Stefan's like heavily thinking about this one. I think that play just works. I guess you don't even have to play the counter catcher here as Stefan. It would enable counter catcher so you could hard retreat your active, I guess. Oh wait, you could actually do that though. Stefan doesn't actually need Switch here because we could go double Dusknoir, the Ogerpon, and then Dusclops, Snorlax, and then attach retreat counter catcher KO Rotom. And then you still go down to one prize card. So Stefan doesn't even need to use Mirage Barrage this turn. Wait, actually, for Mirage Barrage, do we just win? No. Wait. No, we don't win with Mirage Barrage, but... So this should go to the Ogerpon here from Stefan. Well, no, we should just be hitting Pokestop first, though. Stefan should hit Pokestop before anything, I think. What's it on the Rotom? Oh, Stefan's trying to triple Dusknoir here, I guess. I still think we should have hit the Pokestop first because the Dusclops damage lines up. If we get the switch. Yeah, we should have just hit Stefan should have just hit Pokestop first here. Oh, it's a Terra. It's a Terra. You can't snipe it off the bench. Dude, I always forget. Holy smokes. Okay, so that does change things. Now we see the counter catcher on the Ogerpon. So we have to snipe the Rotom off the bench. Dude, how do I... Wait, we attached active? Then the Iono down to 4. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like killing the... No, maybe this does still work. Okay, I guess it still works from Stefan because now you keep your switch. This lets Stefan keep the switch. But now we lose to... No, we still have switch. So we still have switch. We KO the active this turn. And then we get another energy. And then we go for the 3-price turn on the next turn, I guess. So Penny on Rotom here would be pretty bad. But you have to give Leon some kind of out. And Leon does have Penny for the Rotom here. You can't not give Leon anything. You have to give Leon some kind of out here, I guess. Because you can't snipe Ogerpon off the bench like I wanted to. Because that's cheating. It's never lucky, man. The game never lets us cheat. There's the switch in hand, but there's no counter catcher in the hand for Leon. And Stefan can win next turn. With, oh no, wait, can Stefan win next turn? Yeah, Candy, Dusknoir, Dusknoir the Rotom, plus KO Snorlax with Mirage Barrage. Okay. Here comes Night Stretcher. The only thing you'd ever want here is probably the Dusknoir, so you're just probably getting that to play around Eerie. Has Pokestop access as well, but is maybe holding off on hitting Pokestop. Maybe you want something else out of the deck here. Put Vessel the Eerie away just to get the Vessel out of play. All right, there's the knockout. And then... I don't even know what Stefan's concerned about here. With go and take a card out of the deck. But do you have to take a card? Oh, you may. Stefan's choosing to not take a card. Interesting. If you look at your deck, you have to take a card, I guess. But it's choosing not to take a card here. Okay. Dusknoir doesn't KO the Rotom with the cape on it. Yeah, but you Dusknoir hit it, and then you'd Mirage Barrage KO active plus KO the Rotom off the bench with Mirage Barrage. All right, Leon went into Pokestop. If Leon hit a counter catcher there, Leon does win with Penny counter catcher, I believe. Oh no, would need back-to-back counter catchers actually. Hold up, I take it back. You would need Penny counter catcher, counter catcher. Palpad's back in to Arvin, and has Penny in hand, so you could Penny Rotom here, or also has Eerie. But Eerie doesn't matter unless you have counter catcher as well. So that's what Leon needed there. So I think Stefan does have game in the situation. I don't think Leon has an out to stop Stefan from winning. I guess Stefan might not have Candy Dusknoir next turn, but I'm pretty sure Stefan does have Candy Dusknoir available. Through the Irida. Should be guaranteed. But playing the Stretcher there just guarantees the Dusknoir. Oh yeah, playing the Stretcher was a pretty big deal then. You guarantee the Dusknoir no matter what. Because if Leon had, well... yeah, if Leon just had Eerie, then Stefan would have to take another turn to have a chance to win the game. Another Snorlax is put down. Leon goes with the Penny reset. Okay, this still works though for Leon, right? This buys Leon time. Also, does Stefan have another energy? I assume Stefan does have energy here for how Stefan played this game so far. I feel like you have to bench the Rotom back down as Leon though. You can't not bench Rotom and use it, right? Because then what do? You're just hoping you top deck a counter catcher over 3 turns? But Stefan could still have Switch. Switch is still out there. Yeah, I think you bench the Rotom back down here as Leon. Was debating not doing it. All right, over to Stefan. I don't believe Stefan can win this turn. It should be out of Gust effects. And can't KO the Rotom. Oh, wait, still has the Vacuum? Wait, I thought the Vacuum got burned. Wait, does Stefan play 2 Vacuum? There's no energy, though. Stefan is out of energy. So... 2 Vac? Yeah, bolts are running 4 charms. It does make sense. There is 2 Vac, right? I swear we saw one got discarded. Yeah, without the energy here... Well, hang on. I guess Leon could whiff for 3 turns. Leon could not draw into a counter catcher. Well, no, we still have a switch here, Stefan. There's the knockout. When energy gets moved. I mean, probably to the Dusknoir, right? Yeah. So Leon could whiff for 3 turns. So now Leon pushes Snorlax. Draw for turn. There's no counter catcher in hand right now. Oh, but there's the boss top deck. All right, flew from Leon. So Leon will get full information here. Palkia plus Nest Ball. And then we could Eerie here, but you probably just play boss, I think. Oh, but Leon's thinking about the Eerie. The thing is, though, the thing with this play, though... Okay, so the switch is there. The problem with this play from Leon, though, actually, is if switch is prized. So if switch is not there, then it's like, well, now I know switch is prized. So then Stefan could get the switch off the prize cards, and now you don't have an Eerie to go get the switch from Stefan. So if you play boss here, then that guarantees to burn the switch if Stefan has it, and then you just go Pokegear for Arven for counter catcher next turn. And that sets you up pretty good, I feel like. I feel like Leon maybe could have just played boss there and then played for Arven off the Pokegear. Is going to go into the Pokestop. Just trying to dig really aggressively for those counter catchers. Doesn't hit them, but that's 3 cards that aren't counter catchers that are now out of the deck. So when we draw with Rotom here, we increase our odds of seeing Arven or that counter catcher. And the Pokestop on the next turn increases those odds as well. And there's an Arven for counter catcher on the next turn. Stefan does have Iono though, and this would put Leon down to 4. Honestly, maybe Stefan should have debated vacuuming away the Pokestop on that last turn, I think. That might have been the play from Stefan to try and limit access to counter catcher on Leon's side. So that might have been a mistake from Stefan on the last turn to have not done that before it gets potentially Eeried. All right, there's the Iono. 2 being drawn here for Stefan. And Stefan needs Leon to not draw counter catcher. If Leon draws boss or counter catcher, Leon does win. The switch is gone now at this point. So a counter catcher or a boss would secure this game for Leon. There's a Pokegear. It's a good start. And there's the counter catcher. Honestly, Leon could just show him the counter catcher. And Stefan does have to take one of these cards now. Not that it really matters. They all suck. There's Snorlax. There's the draw. Has Arven. Has Misfortune Sisters. And then could Pokestop. It's just gonna go through the full cycle here though. Stefan did get a prize card, just trying to, like, you know, just in case there's something else that you have to play around here. As Leon, just go through the what's it called? And Stefan should just concede at this point, I'm pretty sure. Check the hand and pack it up. Yep, there's the pickup. Okay, we have 24 minutes left. Plenty of time, honestly, for Stefan to definitely win a game. 2 games might be kind of tough though. If Stefan wins this next game, we could definitely be seeing a tie. Tragic, 1 energy short. Yeah, 1 energy short in the end. Maybe Stefan could have played a little bit slower in the early game with the concealed cards, possibly. Yeah, maybe could have concealed cards a little bit less. 2 vacuum, honestly, is also good for this matchup as well. It's another matchup where the 2 vacuum can be good, specifically for the cape, I guess, and then also the fan. Can be a big deal to set up for that Greninja play, especially if Stefan doesn't put Palkia in play. Which, honestly, the more I think about it, I feel like you just don't have to put Palkia in play in this matchup at all, probably. As long as Greninja's not prized. Seems fine. I was trying to think if there's, like... Yeah, the play that I wanted to see Stefan go for obviously wasn't possible. We just had no energy. We didn't have energy for the Mirage Barrage ever, right? We just didn't have energy from Mirage Barrage. Mirage Barrage was never an option. That's, like, the problem, I guess. Never Mirage Barrage. I think maybe using Dusknoir plus Motivate to KO Snorlax could be good. Oh, that could have been something to set up for a Mirage Barrage. Yeah, I'd have to go back and see if that was ever like an available option. All right, 2 penny prize here for Leon. Pennies are 2 Ogerpon prize. The Ogerpon doesn't matter too much in this matchup. It is a Palkia start for Stefan. This is actually where Ogerpon can be good. Is if Stefan is forced into Palkia. Which this game, Stefan is forced into that Palkia here. There's an attach active. Bench second Palkia. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. It feels like unnecessary. I guess maybe Stefan is thinking towards the idea of Ogerpon being put in the active off the rip. The Turn he attached to Billy and retreat into Greninja after gusting Ogerpon. Yeah, I think you're maybe right there, Hammerhead. I think we could have seen that. Palkia V hits for 200 though. Oh, that is true. Maybe we're just trying to KO the Rotom here. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, at first I was questioning it. I was like, I don't know. I mean, it is kind of like a liability to have in play. It's like another Pokemon Leon can just gust up and be like, well, now you have to move this thing. And then Stefan has to somehow get 3 energy on the active plus 2 energy on the bench. But yeah, if we're trying to just be aggressive here, just win aggressively, it's unlikely that Rotom moves on this first turn. Sometimes it can, sometimes it can't. It wouldn't be a surprise here if Leon can't retreat this Rotom off the rip here. We do see a heavy ball coming in for Snorlax immediately from Leon. Yeah, I don't hate it. I like it. I like the, I guess, go for the Hydro Breaker or whatever it is. Makes sense. But yeah, I don't hate that the attack with Billy plus just use a Dusknoir play, to be honest, Hammerhead. That actually seems pretty decent. You could have still Iono'd that turn as well to disrupt the hand. It seems like a decent play. All right, Pokegear here from Leon. Probably looking for an Arven just to set up more. I mean, honestly, an Eerie wouldn't be bad here either, but you probably just want to set up, stabilize. Ooh, there's a Penny. I don't hate the Penny grab here from Leon. You could even push up Ogerpon. It doesn't die to Hydro Breaker, and it doesn't get damaged by a Palkia V-Star either. So I kind of like the Ogerpon send up here, I think, from Leon over sending up another Snorlax. So Snorlax does just die, and Snorlax can die to a Palkia V-Star, which is kind of mid. I feel like Leon should send up the Ogerpon here, because Ogerpon will just like buy you a turn at the very least to like stabilize. We'll see what Leon goes for though. Let's go with the Snorlax push. I don't know, I kind of like the Ogerpon push there, like I was saying, but this is still fine. And then there's the Rotom for 3. Okay, let's see what Stefan can do. Definitely wants to try and take a KO here immediately into the Iono. Doesn't even bench the Radiant Greninja, so we're looking for Palkia V-Star plus energy plus Duskuls. That's what we want here from Stefan. Ideally, as many Duskuls as possible. The threat of Dusknoirs is what we want. This hand sucks. Pack it up. We're going next. Yeah, this is bad. No Duskuls. We have an S-Ball. Do we go get the Greninja, or how aggressive are we trying to be here from Stefan? Or do we just go get a Duskull here and then rule the region? Let's see what Stefan goes for. We could just go Duskull, rule the region here. It looks like that is what Stefan's going to go for. Someone's got to rule this region. And I guess next turn we have Hydro Breaker no matter what here from Stefan. Is doing a little prize checking. Yeah, it is two lost vacuum. Tekken for those bravery charms. All right, so the only draw power in the hand is this Pokestop for Stefan. This is all we got, is the Pokestop. All right, over to Leon. We have no liabilities in play yet. Erie's not a... Erie's pretty mid here, to be honest. I think I just want to see Leon find some flutes. It feels like it's flute time. It feels like flute time here for Leon if we can just conveniently find flutes. Goes for the Eerie, and is going to be pretty disappointed at the lack of items, but it is also a dead hand, so you can't be too mad. Thinking about a Nest Ball. Has an Arven to work with as well. Yeah, I don't really love the Eerie there. The Eerie feels like okay. Yeah, the Eerie feels like super mid. Just Fan active and then draw 3 off the Roadie. The Fan also feels pretty weak there, because it is going to get knocked out by the Hydro Breaker. All right, Pokestop's in play here for Stefan. We need to find some more options here. Night Treacher's found. That's a good card. Dusknoir to the discard pile also isn't bad. Water Energy is whatever. Probably don't want to discard that, but it is in the discard pile. There's the Clops, and then we have Attach active Hydro Breaker. We get a prize card. It does something. If I was thinking about playing the Night Treasure before it gets Eeried again, I actually don't hate that from Stefan. Seems fine. Play around the potential of another Eerie. And yeah, there we go. Knock out the Snorlax. Leon can push a Water Energy here from that to the Dusclops. There we go. And Snorlax is pushed up here from Leon. No, but this is what I was talking about. Like, we don't actually have something to trap with Snorlax right now. We can bring up the other Palkia, which is something. But I don't really like that Eerie last turn from Leon. I think we want to go for Flutes. Like, it feels like Flute was what we wanted to do last turn for sure. Maybe even get Cape and Cape the active Snorlax as well, because it's not going to go down to a Hydro Breaker then, especially after we used, well, actually we only knew what Stefan's hand was because of the Eerie, so I didn't say that. But yeah, I feel like last turn Leon probably should have gone for Cape plus Flute off an Arven on that previous turn. Oh, we had Cape in hand actually, or maybe we drew that off the Rotom, but yeah, the time to Flute is now. The time to Flute was also last turn. The Flutes need to be fluting, and well, there we go, no hits off the first Flute. All right, Flute number 2. Let's get another Flute in there. But now we're like a Flute behind here as Leon. We could have had a Flute last turn and then a Flute this turn. And now we just have Flute this turn. And we just go get another Snorlax here. But if Stefan can find a Palkia V-Star, then Stefan's like not in a terrible spot. Actually, to be honest, I kind of question the stretcher use there from Stefan a little bit. Now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, like if we use Pokestop on this next turn, and then we like discard Palkia V-Star, we don't have like a stretcher to work with, especially after Leon just played an Eerie. Actually, I don't know if I like Stefan playing around Eerie there, to be honest, that aggressively. I honestly like the counter catcher on the Palkia V here, I feel like, from Leon, but just goes for the Rotom for 3. Seems fine. Draw for turn there from Stefan is Mew. So we have Nest Ball for Duskull, and then we can hit that Pokestop, and we don't have to bench the Mew this turn, but if we can draw into an Ultra Ball, and then could Ultra Ball away the hand, then put Mew in play to draw with Mew. Or actually, Stefan's going to line up the Froakie, Duskull, Froakie, both seem good. Definitely want to get to the Greninja at some point here, sooner than later. Play for a big knockout on the Rotom, potentially. I believe Stefan has the Prime Catcher in hand, so an Eerie at this point would be pretty good from Leon. Probably not going to be overly motivated to play one or like to dig for one route super aggressively based on how the game's playing out so far, and especially after what Leon has seen out of the hand on that first Eerie. All right, here comes the Pokestop. Ultra Ball has been found, and Candy, and Nest Ball. Some options. Does just get rid of the Mew and the Squawk ability, which makes sense. We just want to stall proof our board, get the liabilities out of hand to play around Erica's Invitation, get the good Pokemon in play like Duskull to fill our bench so Flute can't hit. Now there's still one bench space open, so Flute has potential to hit on the next turn. But yeah, Stefan's board is looking pretty good here. Especially if we can pull off like a Candy Greninja Prime Catcher KO Rotom next turn. That would be like the play, I feel like. We got Candy in the hand. Also the Dust Orange in case of an Iono. There's the Evolve to the active to take a knockout on the active. Yeah, the hand's pretty good there for Stefan. Stefan did give up the Mew, but should be fine. Moves the energy from the active to the same Dusknoir. Actually, I think that's probably a mistake there from Leon. Should probably put it on the Duskull instead. So that way, if Stefan pops the Dusknoir, you can't immediately Palkia back 3 energy. But now Stefan can pop Dusknoir plus Palkia V-Star and get back 3 energy. So I think it's a mistake there from Leon, for sure. Just top deck Xerosix Machinations. Also, another, if we had the Fighting Ogerpon in play, like we could have even pushing up this turn would have been pretty good, to be honest. The Fighting Pawn. Now we're just kind of like bleeding, like turn after turn. We're just like losing Snorlax after Snorlax after Snorlax, which is not where we want to be. I feel like Stefan's in like a pretty decent spot right now. Pokegear, there is Arven and Misfortune Sisters. I think Flute has to be the card we go get here as Leon once again. I think we got a Flute. We got to get a liability in play. If there's no liabilities, this feels almost unwinnable for Leon. Like we need to put a liability in play. Right now, there's no liabilities, and that's what I would have liked to have seen from Leon on the previous turns. I think Leon could have played more aggressively for these Flutes, and now we're getting the Flutes after. We're not even going for the Arven there. We're going for the Misfortune Sisters. I don't like this from Leon. I mean, it's not, Misfortune Sisters is really good in the matchup, but like, there's no liability for us to trap. We can't trap anything. It doesn't matter if there's no switch cards left because everything can attack. An okay hit there. Did get rid of the Vacuum. We're looking for a little bit higher priority. There's some higher priority cards there definitely to have gotten rid of, but not bad. And And then maybe now we'll see that counter catcher on the other Palkia. I feel like Leon should have done this last turn, though. I think that was a mistake from Leon to have not done this on the previous turn. Could have done it on the previous turn. Now this feels like a little bit... Like, it feels like Leon's doing everything like a turn late. Like, you're not making Stefan work hard at all from Leon here, it feels like. We could have been making Stefan work so much harder in this game if Leon had just been more aggressive. Just go find the flutes faster, play the counter catchers more aggressively. Like... Yeah, we're not making Stefan have to work at all. Stefan can just be very content with just, okay, evolve, attach, attack, repeat. What will be the liability at this point? Radiant Greninja, Blood Moon. Radiant Greninja, Blood Moon, Pheasantipede. Those might be all of them, to be honest. But the longer the game goes on, the more likely they all end up in Stefan's discard pile. Debating the Ogerpon bench now. I kind of mentioned in the last couple turns I didn't hate seeing it get benched, but now it feels, I'm not sure how good it is to bench it at this point, to be honest. It's gonna be another Pokestop hit here from Stefan. Does have another Nest Ball in hand. Has Stefan drawn like 3 Nest Balls in a row off prize cards or something? Or is that a Heavy Ball? Oh, that might be the Heavy Ball. Oh, we have Candy Greninja Prime. You don't want to use Prime here if you don't have to, though, Stefan. You want to save the Prime, I think. There's the switch into Nest Ball. Okay, now Leon will know where the switch is, which is not a good thing. Yeah, now Leon knows where the switch is. We could just be switch punch though, and then like you're playing it as you draw it, so Leon will probably be less motivated to want to like, yeah. There's like no there's no information for Leon to work off of, like, oh, I should go get Eerie right now. That information is not available to Leon. So I think Stefan can pretty comfortably just switch and attack with Palkia V-Star here and be probably pretty content with the idea that Leon will probably not like really aggressively go try and find Eerie. Because like, well, you use the Pokestop, you hit the switch. The last time, like, you've been playing like every item out of your hand as you draw into them. So like, is there really any reason to Eerie here? Doesn't seem like it. Now the bench is full. Bench is full here. Pokestop hit from Leon, mills the Eerie. Goes into the Arven. Yeah, there's no flute possibility now. There's a counter catcher in hand. Yeah, what are we? I don't even know. We're going for the Night Stretcher. Can go get a Bravery Charm as well. Does Stefan have 3 prizes to take in hand with Dusknoir, Star Portal, Red Candy? Next turn, yeah. Yeah, Stefan can win the game next turn for sure. No problem. It should be pretty easy. Mirage Barrage both Snorlax right now. Could have. I don't know if that's worth it, though. It's a lot of energy gone. That might have been fine, though. Because then you just have Prime Catcher KO Rotom next turn, maybe. It is possible, I guess. Is there a world where Stefan wins 2 in a row? Games? I mean, yes, but it looks unlikely. It looks unlikely. There's the Night Stretcher. Another Snorlax is recovered here from Leon. I assume it's just going to be Counter Catcher up the other Palkia V on the bench. But Vaughn can just pop Dusknoir and then use like Star Portal and then be able to attack with this Palkia V-Star possibly. But does have the Prime Catcher in hand. So game should be over next turn through Mirage Barrage. No. Stefan should be able to there should be a way to win the game here. Yeah, the Dusclops is there, so you can just recover Night Stretcher here, Stefan. Yeah, so Stefan should have game here. Yeah, Stefan has guaranteed game here. But it might involve using your Palkia V-Star as well. You should get a Night Stretcher off of Irida, and then you win. There we go. Yeah, it's game over. You go pop Dusknoir, 130 active, and then you recover Dusclops. Use Palkia to accelerate the energy to the Froakie. Just pop the Dusknoir first. Yeah, pop Nor. Sure. Same difference. And then get back the thing. Just don't Candy Greninja. Okay, yeah. Get that out of the way first. Just get it done. Candy Greninja. Prime Catcher. Yep. Prime Catcher Rhodey. And then we need Dusclops KO the Snorlax on the bench. All right. And we go to game 3. Only 7 minutes left, though. My prediction would be we're going to get a tie here. My prediction is we're definitely going to get a tie here. I don't think there's a... if anyone's going to win, it's going to be Stefan. Leon never wins. Leon never wins. Stefan could win. It is just unlikely. Unless they have like a it's possible they have a gentleman's agreement, and then if Leon like Misfortune Sisters rips Prime Catcher Switch and has like a couple Snorlax in play and that's it, then if they have a gentleman's agreement based on that, it's possible. But my assumption would be that they probably don't. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, this was the situation. I forget who mentioned in chat. We could have gone like Dusknoir, Squawkabilly, KO the Snorlax, load up Energy on Greninja for Mirage Barrage, which might have been correct, to be honest. That might have been the way to go. I do like the idea of that play, actually, because that gives us access to Mirage Barrage on the next turn. I don't know if it's like a guaranteed win or anything, but I'd have to go back and like look at that and think about that. All right, Squawkabilly's prized here for Stefan, which is a good prize card. 2 Arven prize for Leon. Could hurt the initial setup, but yeah, nothing too important prized on either side. And it looks like Leon chose for Stefan to go first, which I think you definitely want to go first in this matchup. Stefan has a reasonably aggressive hand here. Here comes the Vessel to get rid of the Radiant Greninja. Has an Iono already. And the Palkia V-Star, but there is a Mimikyu in the active, but we are just a Candy Dusknoir away from actually being able to get rid of that, which is not very far, to be honest. So it gets a couple Water Energy, load one up on the active, and then probably just pass, and then has the Iono looking for that Candy Dusknoir next turn to try and be aggressive. Well, against Palkia, that feels incorrect. Yeah, definitely, it feels incorrect to go second here, I think, as Leon. So Trek and Shoes here, we're looking for, honestly, probably more Duskulls. A Pokestop would be pretty good to start setting aggressive pace. Getting rid of water seems fine. Vacuum could be pretty good on the next turn, depending on what tool cards we could put into play. And there's the pass. All right, Leon immediately into a Flute. This could be a big Flute. Froakie and Duskull would have been good for Stefan, but yeah, Leon says, nah, I'm good. Does have Nest Ball for that Rotom and a Snorlax in hand as well. So Leon is going to get set up here a little bit. He's going to go for the Rotom. Only 5 minutes left at this point. All right, I've recovered. Oh, all right, I've recovered. I'm gonna sneeze again. All right. I think I'm back. Yeah, oh my god. All right, I'm back. Oh, that was a lot of sneezing. Oh my gosh. I gotta go get some like yeah, I think someone mentioned in chat, but I think maybe Stefan should have just bench Greninja turn 1, to be honest. I think Stefan definitely maybe should have just bench Greninja turn 1. A big play here from Stefan would be retreat to Radiant Greninja plus Candy, Dusknoir, KO, Rotom, and the Mimikyu. And we have an Ultra Ball, but just kind of a Rare Candy short here. There's the Pokestop. 1, 2. There's a Rare Candy. So Stefan has retreat to Radiant Greninja, KO Mimikyu, KO Rotom. If we want to go for it. It is a lot. A lot of resources gone. We could just play it a little bit more chill and just go Candy, Dusknoir, KO the active with the Dusknoir, and then punch with Palkia, whatever gets sent up. That would also be a play here as well. I'm curious to see what Stefan goes for here. With the water and the Greninja. I feel like the vacuum could have gone there, to be honest. Goes for the Dusknoir. That would be like way too much energy to go for it, though, to be honest, from Stefan. Yeah, I don't think Stefan can afford to... I don't think Stefan can afford to actually go for the big play that I was talking about. I don't think that's actually a possibility. I think we have to go for just KO the Mimikyu with the Dusknoir and then punch whatever comes to the active. Yeah. Makes the most sense. The other play would have been cool, but it's too much. And I think the vacuum could have been discarded there from Stefan. I don't know. I guess maybe Fans and Bravery Charms are something to be afraid of. The Rotom gets pushed here. Stefan could retreat to Palkia V now, though. And then go Palkia V KO. And then we're not leaving our Greninja in the active. I kind of want Stefan to do it, to be honest. We got to win fast. We like... Even Leon getting like one potential draw off of Rotom here would be bad. Or could be the game. I feel like now that this play has been given to us, the problem with retreating to the Radiant Greninja is the Radiant Greninja is in the active against the Snorlax. But with this play here, now Leon would also need a counter catcher. I do like this play from Stefan, I think. I do like it. One minute left. Here comes a Nest Ball from Leon. Stefan does need 3 prize cards still. So it would be pretty unlikely to be able to draw 3 prize cards, although it is possible. Some double Dusknoir action could go down. Leon's thinking about the Mimikyu. The game is definitely going to end on this turn for Leon for sure. So Stefan will have 2 turns left, but that's it. Yeah, Stefan will only have 2 turns left, but it is possible for Stefan to do it in 2 turns to win. Mimikyu's been found. Has another Snorlax in hand. Looks like it's just going to be penny into Mimikyu. Ooh, I don't even know if I like this Snorlax bench here from Leon. Leon could have pennied into Mimikyu and just had a lone Mimikyu board. Yeah, Leon could have had a lone Mimikyu board, which would have been interesting. That means Stefan couldn't get a prize card next turn, which means you're guaranteed the tie there as Leon, I feel like. Maybe Dusknoir should still get involved, but now Prime Catcher can get involved on Stefan's side. Yeah, I feel like Leon shouldn't have benched. Leon should have gone lone Mimikyu board state, right? There's nothing Stefan can do against a lone Mimikyu. All right, has Vessel, needs Duskulls, and needs to take a knockout this turn. Like, Stefan needs like Candy Greninja Prime, KO Snorlax, plus double Duskull or something. There's a couple energy. Yeah, that's like the play that I'm putting together in my head right now. Prime Catcher with Greninja, KO Snorlax, bench double Duskull, go. And then from there, I think it is possible for Stefan to win on the next turn. But we'll see. But if Leon had had a lone Mimikyu board state, I don't think Leon could lose, actually. Because Leon could have had lone Mimikyu, then bench double Snorlax next turn. Of course, you do risk getting Iono and only having to Mimikyu, but I don't know. I guess this play does force Stefan to have Prime like this turn to get a KO. Stefan doing the math. Has a little bit of draw power and play to work with. A decent amount. We have concealed cards plus Pokestop. That's okay. We could also get into a draw supporter as well at some point. We do have the Irida in hand, actually. We have Irida to work with as well. Just thinking about maybe playing the Irida first. Okay, here we go. Concealed cards. 1, 2. Duskull number 1. Ultra Ball potentially for a Duskull number 2. We just need a rare candy or the Prime off the Pokestop, and then the Irida can get the other one. Fawn is pretty close to the combo. I don't like that choice from Stefan. I'm actually curious what Stefan's going to grab here. Going for Prime. Oh, I guess we could just attack with... Wait, how can we do that? Oh, I guess Stefan can just attack with Palkia here, actually. Okay, that's fine, actually. Because we can hard retreat this Palkia, then attach to the Palkia, evolve to the V-Star Prime Catcher KO Snorlax. Okay, this works as well. I still kind of like the hitting Pokestop. Well, no, because I guess if we hit Pokestop, we could mill our Palkia V-Star. Yeah, maybe this is fine. Maybe this makes more sense. Seems fine. I assume we're going to hit Pokestop now, though. But this works. We do want to get down a second Duskull here as well, I think, this turn. But this play does work. Just have to retreat first. Alright, Pokestop first. Goodbye, Duskull. Switch is good. Switch is not good in the hand here, though. From Stefan, because now Leon knows where the switch is. Yeah, now Leon knows where the switch is. That's the bad part about this. We'd rather have it in the deck, and then Leon can... If Leon really wants to play Misfortune Scissors to try and find it, go for it. We'll see how you do. Fawn goes for a Night Stretcher for a Duskull. Then we should see that retreat play happen here. That's retreat. Prime it back to the active. There's the Prime. Okay, comes back up, and then we have the evolve and the attach for the KO. And then we're looking for some Dusknors on that next turn. Okay, goodbye Snorlax. Let's see what Leon can put together here. But if Leon had just held on to, or just went for a lone Mimikyu board state, the only thing is at that point you risk getting Iono'd, I guess. But what does Leon need here? What do you even want here as Leon? Honestly, Iono seems like the best play here from Leon. Push up Mimikyu, Iono, or push up Snorlax, counter catcher plus Iono. Seem pretty decent from Leon. I don't see an Iono in the hand here, though. It's definitely possible for Stefan to pull us off. There's a Bravery Charm. That does get the Snorlax out of range. Honestly, I think... or I guess counter catcher plus Eerie would have been good from Leon as well. Yeah, counter catcher plus Eerie. There's a Pokestop. Found a Flute, but you can't even play it. Once again, the supporter options are limited. There's no counter catcher plus Eerie. Even if you found the Eerie off of the Pokegear, there's no counter catcher in hand to combo with it. Arvin for counter catcher one time. It doesn't matter. We know the switch is in Stefan's hand. Arvin for counter catcher doesn't do anything here. Goes for a Pokegear. I think Eerie is the best play here from Leon, to be honest, still. But not to get rid of the switch, to get rid of other combo pieces in the hand. No Eerie found. Yeah, I think the best play from here, from Leon, is Eerie. Not to get rid of the... Not to get rid of the switch in the hand, but to get rid of... Eerie plus counter catcher would have been really good with Snorlax in the active, but we don't have that. But if we have just Eerie here, I think that still would have been decent. Yeah. Can Zerosic ever win here? I don't think so, no. I don't think Stefan cares that much about what's in the hand. I guess Stefan would lose access to Ultra Ball is probably the only thing. Leon's thinking about... I guess also, like, maybe some kind of penny combo would have worked here for Leon as well, to be honest. Like, we could have pennied the Snorlax, but benched an Ogerpon or something with a Bravery Charm. Now Leon is going for, it looks like, an Ogerpon with the Nest Ball here, but that's not going to make a big difference here. There's still two liabilities in play. I guess this means... Oh, hold on, though, right? So now what does Stefan need to win? Because now if you KO the active Mimikyu with Candy Dusknoir, Stefan would need like Candy Dusknoir, and... Yeah, it's going to be tough for Stefan to win now. Now you need like double... Oh, you could double Dusknoir KO the Ogerpon though. Yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah, it's not that hard to get. That's definitely possible. Yeah, true. You can just double pop the... I was thinking we still have to go through the Mimikyu, but we don't. You definitely want to put a Bravery Charm on the Ogerpon, though. Because otherwise, Stefan could go, like, Dusclops, Candy Dusknoir, Candy Greninja. Yeah. But if you have Candy Greninja, you probably have Candy Dusknoir as well anyways. On the Mimikyu, it never makes any sense. It doesn't matter on the Mimikyu ever. Okay, so this does mean Stefan can go... with the Greninja play now. But it's probably just... Stefan's play from here on out is probably just look for Candy Dusknoir. Or Candy Dusknoir, excuse me. Yeah, double Candy Dusknoir here is the play for Stefan. I don't even know if it's possible to draw in that other sequence that I was talking about. I think there is a Dusknoir in the deck here, so we should Ultra Ball before we hit Pokestop. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Probably get rid of Vacuum Ultra Ball because you can keep the Vacuum, or excuse me, Ultra Ball in a way, Counter Catcher Ultra Ball, because you can keep the Vacuum to go double Pokestop here as Stefan. And we just need to find Candy Dusknoir to win here. There's two Candy, there's Dusknoir. I don't see a Night Stretcher. No, there's a Night Stretcher in there, so it's all in there. It's all in there for Stefan. We have access to double Pokestop, and we have a Trek and Choose in hand as well. A lot of draw supporters left, although the best one is Irida for sure. Iono's not even that good at this point. Only gets Stefan two cards. Finding something like Mew could be pretty good for some draw power as well. No Gust left, so we can't Gust around the Mimikyu. Yeah, it just has to come down to double Dusknoir. There's two Candy and I think actually it is just two Candy Night Stretcher left. I thought there was a Candy in hand, but there's not. So I think Stefan needs to get double Candy Dusknoir here. All right, Pokestop number 1. Ultra Ball, but the Mew got discarded. That's the only thing you'd ever want to Ultra Ball for. So now we vacuum away the Ultra Ball and hit Pokestop again. Then we have a Trek and Choose to work with after that. It's not great. Maybe there was an argument for Stefan to have hit the Trek and Choose first. Possibly. Now that Irida's gone, the only thing Irida and Mew got discarded in that, which are like the two things you'd want to find off Trek and Choose anyways. Wait, Stefan thinking about getting rid of the Dusknoir? The switch or the Dusknoir doesn't really matter, to be honest. The Ultra Ball doesn't matter. The switch doesn't matter. This is your last turn, so you never have time to use the switch anyways. You're never going to play the Ultra Ball either. All right, Pokestop number 2. We need to hit like Candy Stretcher. Nest Ball. Candy. Iono, and I think that will do it here. I don't think there's a way to actually get access to another Candy Dusknoir here with a Dusknoir in the discard pile. We have the Trek and Choose, but that's not going to give us enough here from Stefan. Maybe you're going to play this Nest Ball first. Pop the Dusknoir and play the Nest Ball, I guess. Oh, I guess we could get an Iono into Candy Stretcher, to be honest, from Stefan here. Unfortunately, Mew got discarded earlier in the sequence, which is super unfortunate for Stefan. All right, there's the punch. Now we can play Nest Ball to go get a basic, if there's a basic left, but I honestly don't know if there is one. If Mew was here, that would be great. So now we have to Trek and Choose into... Ooh, there's... Okay, so you have to... As Stefan here, you have to Trek and Choose into Iono, and then Iono into Candy Stretcher. And then you win. So pretty unlikely. but it's technically possible here. Honestly, if the Mew didn't get discarded there, Stefan had probably a decent shot here, to be honest, of actually getting to the Candy Stretcher. With Mew being discarded, though, it feels less so. All right, do we find Iono? Here we go. It's Iono! Are the next two cards Candy and Stretcher? This would be a crazy draw. No. They are not. It is not Candy Stretcher, and we get a tie. Neither of the pieces. Might have been the next two. Yeah, almost able to close out that game 3, though. It was close. Stefan almost got there. Despite, you know, only, what, 5 to 7 minutes left going into the game. There was not much time left. Almost was able to close it out. All right, I'm going to go find, like, an allergy pill or something so I can stop my sneezing. I'll be right back, chat. That did go to time, so I'm sure round 5. It won't be too long before we get into round 5. And when I get back, we'll take a look at the standings, see who our 4-0 players are going into that next round. I will be right back. Oh, let me pay out the... Oh, I have to... It was a tie, right? Oh... Hopefully I clicked it right. It was a tie. All right, I'll be right back, chat. All right, I'm back, chat. I'll put on the interview. My bad.
I started Squawkabilly and had to discard Prime Catcher, which are both very non-ideal things. So yeah, it's a close matchup. I think it's, I would say it's favored for me, but not by much.
I mean, that seems fair, and we saw all 3 games play out. Now, Leon, you brought control to a big 8-round tournament. How does it feel playing round after round of those long, stressful games?
I mean, it always depends on the matchup. Like there's some, if you play against Charizard, it's mostly not so long because that matchup is quite good. But yeah, if you get those matchups that are definitely close, then yeah, it gets tough. And if I would get like 8 rounds against him, like every round him, then okay, that would be awful. But yeah, it's fine. You still get some matchups that are quite good with the deck where you don't play all the time, so that's okay.
So you get a few rounds that are a little bit more kind of breathe out and
can relax a bit. Hopefully next round I can.
Dude, I can't handle this. The background noise is too much. That hurts my head. The like player chatter the venue noise. It doesn't always sound like that though for interviews, right? I feel like it doesn't. It definitely doesn't. Yeah, that hurts my head. Did the meta report happen? Yeah, we can go back and take a look at that. Actually, I should pull up this first. I did find some meds. Unfortunately, we only have Benadryl, so hopefully it doesn't make me too tired. I should be good. Hopefully good. There's only 4. Honestly, it's not even that long. There's only 4 rounds left. Like, so you have to like 9. Yeah, I need to pick up some other allergy medication. That's not Benadryl. We only have Benadryl in the house. What do you think of a Namorous V as a support Pokemon in the current meta, mostly for control or item lock? It doesn't do anything for either of those decks. Namorous V is like prevents Dusknoir. That's about it. Oh, you mean for Snorlax? I guess it stops Snorlax, right? It doesn't do anything for item lock. Against control, it doesn't do that much either. Oh, not as an answer for them in control and item lock? I don't know. It doesn't sound that good in either of those decks either. It'd be playing like a heavy count of psychic energy to get value out of it. Let me do this. Azul, do you have a pre-tournament prediction for the winning deck? Gardevoir, Bonnet Gardevoir. I wonder if, yeah, Luke was the one playing the Gouging Fire last time, right? 4-0 start. Is it still Gouging Fire, though, is the question. Bert is 4-0. Nico Alabas 4-0. Hermione 4-0. See. Joshua's 4-0. Kaiwin is 4-0. Brent is 4-0. Yeah, either Bonnet Gardevoir or whatever the Australians are playing is my prediction for the dub. I just think, I always like things for the memes, to be honest. I think it would be really funny if by the time this tournament ends, Europe still has not won a major tournament this season. I just think that'd be funny. So that's what I want to have happen, is just a non-European to win the tournament. I don't really care who it is, but we can make some memes out of that. So that's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for any non-European to win the tournament. That creates the most meme content. So I'm rooting heavily for Kaiwin and Brent. I hope they can get that dub. The memes would just be too good. That'd be just hilarious. Owen Dalgard's there. I'm rooting for Owen. All in on Owen. Appreciate that. Gifted sub there, Villa. Welcome to the pack. Ospan. Arlo cheese. We got plenty of bad takes. Would the same in the US also be funny to you? Yeah, it'd be kind of comedic if like the European players and European or Latin American or players from the other regions just came over and no American or Canadian players were winning tournaments at all. It'd be pretty funny. Good memes. Good memes. I'm all in for the good memes. Unfortunately, that'll never happen. Like, American players are, you know, kind of a step above the rest of the world. That's why we go over there to take the European tournaments so often, you know. But you know what it is. Even Japan's getting in on it now. Japan was like, wait a second, we can get our Worlds invite from just winning a European tournament? I'm in. Ryuki rolled up, got the Worlds invite. Quick 10K. Do we know what he's playing? Illegal, yeah, definitely a legal 60 card deck. Any Japanese players at this one? I don't believe so, right? No Japanese players at this one. Per capita, Finns must be the strongest. Honestly, yeah. You guys have like a ridiculous conversion rate. How many players? Like, this only has what, 10 players? How many players from Finland usually show up to these major tournaments? But your guys' like success rate at the tournaments is super high for how many players actually show up. So many Japanese players are going to Perth. Ryuki, Daichi, Haru, Kato. Bro, our money is getting lost zoned. Not getting lost zoned. They're just taking it away from you guys. You gotta don't let them just like roll over you guys then. I'm definitely predicting a Japan dub at Perth then. For sure. If you all make it easy, there's no wonder they keep coming back. You want to put them at X and 3? Yeah. You can stop them. Just win. All right. Innings are too much when it's more earlier in the tournament. Charizard still good? Still pretty good, yeah. Did a Japanese player win an American regionals? No. I don't think that's ever happened. But there hasn't been that many times where Japanese players have played in American regionals. They've played in like... For some reason, I feel like there's a decent amount of Japanese players that have played in Florida regionals throughout the years. I feel like that's... I don't know why. I feel like even back in like 2015, 2016, Japanese players would come and play in Florida regionals. I don't know why Florida regionals was like the one though. Maybe they want to like visit Florida. Cool vacation spot. Disney. They love Disney. Maybe it's Disney. I'm gonna go visit Disney. I see it as like you can turn it into more of a vacation with Disney and stuff in Florida than other locations. I mean, I can understand why no one from outside of the US would ever want to go to Peoria. Yeah, I definitely don't expect anyone to want to show up to like Peoria. I guess that makes sense for Florida. It's a cool vacation spot in general. What's on Palkia Owl? Bad deck. Poke Owl is no good. We'll put some respect on Peoria. Brent and Torch showed up to that one. True. But they're just like tournament grinders. They're not location enjoyers. They're tournament grinders. Japan's enjoying Recharge Breaker right now. US Air is the chase card. But Peoria is like 2 hours from me. I'd go. I mean, I'd go too, but like, I don't like Peoria is super like a terror. It's just a bad location. It's just literally a bad location. Knowing Brent can confirm bro is there for the tournament and immediately dips. Yeah. So I think between this feeling tired and achy yesterday, I think you're getting sick, my guy. Maybe. The achiness though wasn't like sick achy. It was like my back was like tight or something. Like nothing. It wasn't like sick achy. I mean, I could be getting sick. I guess we'll find out. Is it right to almost always go first with Benet Guardy? I go second against Raging Bolt, but that's about it. Piper's in chat though. She wants to share some of her wisdom with the deck, but I feel like going second against Bolt, going first against pretty much everything, probably second against Bolt, just because you just want to play the game. I guess maybe second against Miraidon would be the same reason as Bolt. You'd probably go second against Miraidon as well. You just want to set up and play the game. You just... Oh, well, actually, Miraidon's a little bit different, though, because if you set up and play the game, you don't just win. Okay, Miraidon I could still see going first against, to be honest. If you go second, you give them potentially 2 turns of generators. So maybe you just go first and hopefully they only get 1 turn of generators. It's probably correct. Second versus Lost on Box, surely. That one I'm actually not sure on. I was choosing first when I played against it in the online tournament I played in. But if you do kind of set up in that matchup, you do just win. So I would maybe go second against Lost on Box, to be honest. Get down triple Shuppet and just win. Like first against Miraidon, so you set up Guard EX faster. Oh, that's fair. Maybe it's more about getting to Guard EX than actually locking the mana up generators. That makes sense. Lost on Box I like first. I would have to like test the Lost on Box up matchup 4 more. I like the idea of going first, but I could see second being better because you just want to get down triple Shuppet, right? If you go first, you don't get down triple Shuppet, they get turn 1 Greninja. You don't just lose, but it's pretty tough from there. If you go second, you have a higher chance of getting down triple Shuppet, but they're almost guaranteed the turn 2 Ninja going first. So you're basically giving them the Ninja guaranteed, but you have a higher chance of getting a Shuppet in play. The question is, if you can just attack with Banette after they draw the first 2 prize cards, how often do you win? And if it's like 90%, then probably going second does make a little bit more sense, to be honest. I feel like once you set up that item lock, it's just so hard for them to do anything. So I could see going second being correct, to be honest, just because of that. Because it is really just a game of get triple Shuppet. What do you mean it's fake? The Dawn is a good deck right now in the meta, honestly. It was okay. I think it's pretty bad right now, though. How do you have to deal with... Raging Bolt was already like a interesting matchup, or an iffy matchup, but now they have 4 Bravery Charm. How would I tech for Dragapult or Raging Bolt as Dragapult? Jamming Tower. Yeah, I think Jamming Tower and Radzard, to be honest. Although I'd have to test it, but those would be the options to look at. I think Jamming Tower makes a lot more sense than... I think Jamming Tower makes more sense than Vacuum because... Jamming Tower makes more sense than Vacuum because I think you'll have situations where you want to take a 4 prize turn knockout, but that can involve them having multiple Bravery Charms in play. So I think 1 Vacuum isn't enough. You want the Jamming Tower. Yell at 3 and 1. I hope he's playing Golden Go. He's definitely playing Golden Go. You don't have to hope. No way it's not Golden Go. What are our thoughts on Gouging Fire? Bad. Predictions? And I'll wait until we see what decks they have. I'm curious what Drago versus Lost Box. Dude, do they know what they're putting on the stream before they put it on the stream? Come on, bro. Do they not know both players are playing ever? First they put Stall on the stream, and now they just put an auto win for Drago on the stream. Is Sablezard good? No. Lost Box is like okay, I would say. Listen, all right. Maybe Jack plays Manaphy, right? Maybe Jack plays Manaphy. I do see an Iron Thorns in the deck. That's something. That could make things interesting. I don't want to... We're here now, so this is what we have to... We're here now, so this is what we have to deal with. So what can we hope for from Jack here? Does play Iron Thorns, but also plays 4 Colress and needs to play them to play the game. That's the problem here. I did see the Iron Thorns in the deck, I'm pretty sure. So an aggressive Iron Thorns shuts down the Ogre Pawns, shuts down Legacy Star, shut down Squawkabilly, shuts down Mew. There is some possibility, I guess, here. Immediate hard retreat from Jack here into the first Comfy here. Here into the first Comfy here. Here. Gate and water. Gates are pretty important. Goes ahead and gets rid of the water. And that might be it. We got a Colress for next turn. There's a Manaphy in the hand. Okay, hold up. Maybe I spoke a little too soon. I think I saw a Manaphy in the hand there for Jack. Temple of Sinnoh into the Iono. So Kaiwan just aggressively burning the Temple of Sinnoh. Doesn't want the possibility of being able to bump a Pokestop later, it looks like. We get a fresh 6. Looking for at least a Drago and an attachment. There's the Kyurem. Is playing the Noctowl. Broken card. Do you bench Kyurem and attach here? Or do you wait for a Colress? I would almost bench Kyurem attach. I would probably attach in general just so you can E-switch it next turn possibly. Or on a future turn. That is what Kaiwan's going to do. But I feel like we could have attached to the Kyurem there. Interesting. Okay. Over to Jack. Now Jack should know what Kaiwan is playing. With the Hoot Hoot bench. And the Temple of Sinnoh in play. Plus the Iono. We should know it's Drago. And I think I did see Jack have the Manaphy. We do have a Poffin in hand, so we can go get Manaphy. And a Cram Punch into the active is actually decent here. We could even see a Moonlight Shuriken, 90 active. Load up some damage on the Hoot Hoot. Sableye could clean up the Ogre Pawn later. Removing the Hoot Hoot from play would be nice here. Oh no, Jack didn't play the Poffin. Is there no... No, there is a Manaphy. All right, that's just a misplay from Jack then. Definitely should have played the Poffin. I was like, no, did I not see the Manaphy? Dude, if Jack does not bench this Manaphy... There's the Iron Thorns, and we have the ability to get into Thorns here to shut stuff down. I feel like Thorns is good. Thorns is good. Wait, there's a Fire Energy on the active. Of course we know it's Drago at this point. Dude, if Jack retreats and punches with Kramer, does not bench this Manaphy. Colress and something there. That's why I'm like nervous at this point for that Jack is just not going to bench the Manaphy because Jack didn't Poffin for Manaphy immediately at the beginning of the turn. He's thinking about Prime Hoot Hoot. I don't know how much I like Prime Hoot Hoot. Yeah, like I said, I think the Thorns is like a good option in this matchup for sure. Jack didn't seem to give it much thought at all though. Like almost immediately discarded it. Dude. Bench. No! Can't do that, bro! Dude. All right, well, he gets punished immediately. All right. I think there's a Super Rod in the hand here for Kaiwan, so deciding which energy to want Super Rod back to the deck, and it looks like it is going to be a Grass Super Rod. Makes sense. You can E-switch the Fire off, and now you can draw to the Grass. Jack plays the Manaphy. Jack also plays the Manaphy. Is this bait, though? Is this bait? Is Jack playing the long game here and being like, I'm not going to bench Manaphy game 1. I will let Kaiwan use Kyurem, and then game 2 and 3, I'll have Manaphy to work with and can surprise Kaiwan with it later. Possibly. Okay, we got a Nest Ball here for that Drago. Finally, for Kaiwan. Also has another Nest Ball in the hand, I believe. I think it's the first deck search as well, so doing the prize checking. Hasn't actually gone through that process yet. Let's play the Canceling Cologne. I saw that in there. So despite the Manaphy existing in Jack's build, we do have a way around it here for Kaiwin in that canceling clone. And also can use Kyurem as just an attacker in this matchup. Like you can go like Kyurem, knock out Cram, even if there's something on the bench. You can always make plays like that happen as Kaiwin. And he's playing that Jamming Tower in there. I saw that in there. Teching for the many Bravery Charms that these Raging Bolt players are playing. Bowl number 2 here. Probably for another pawn. Thinking about it. Unsure. As Vessel has a lot of energy. Could definitely get value out of a second Ogre Pawn here. And there's a threat of that other Ogre Pawn like getting knocked out next turn by like another Cram or a Sableye or something, I guess. Well, kind of. I guess the Kyurem play is happening, so there's not too big of a threat of that happening. Vessel here. Gets the fire, gets the grass. Hasn't attached return yet, and hasn't used either Ogre Pawn ability. He's going to be able to cycle the deck a little bit here with the pawns and get that... oh, no, we did attach a Kyurem, right? We attached a Kyurem. I take it back. So maybe we should have got more grass there? Oh, we have 2 grass in hand, I guess. Has Prime Catcher. So that could set up for another Kyurem play on the next turn. Like I said, the Canceling Clone is in the deck. As Ultra Ball. I don't know if there's a real reason to play the Ultra Ball here. Just going to be... yeah, the attack from the Kyurem. Knockout, Cram, double comfy. 3 prize turn. Not bad. Good day's work. Okay, over to Jack. And Jack has that Manaphy in hand. And we have to reset up here a little bit. Honestly, this is interesting, though. Jack could play... Jack doesn't have to, like, commit comfies and stuff back down to the bench, to be honest. Once again, we could hide. We could hide our... ooh, okay. There's a stadium in play. I doubt Kaiwin is expecting Roaring Moon. If Jack can get to 7 here, Jack could go Prime Catcher KO, Drago off the bench with Moon. I guess... like I said, it's weak to grass, so we just die to... maybe that's not that good. In my head, that was a better play. If we had Iron Thorns here, Iron Thorns KO Ogre Pawn off the bench that has 2 energy would be pretty good. No, yeah, the Iron Thorns here would have been sick, to be honest. Iron Thorns KO the Ogre Pawn off the bench, shut down Legacy Star, shut down the follow-up Teal Mask shenanigans, whatever. It's going to be the retreat. Here comes the Comfy. There's the Moon. There's a switch card. Moon feels important. Moon feels pretty good to keep here. We're even benching it. Yeah, Moon does just die to Ogre Pawn. And I assume if you're going in with Moon here, we're going to go KO the Drago. This does give a ton of information over to Kaiwin to work with. Okay, now Kaiwin knows. Okay, you have the Moon. It's possible if Kaiwin knew about the Moon, Kaiwin wouldn't have played that Temple of Sinnoh. I don't think it's a mistake there for Kaiwin to have played it. I might have played this differently had we known about it. All right, going back through. Going for Dark Psychic to this Moon, and then I assume second gate is going to grab a Dark to the Moon, and then a Water to the Greninja, maybe. We'll see. Dark to the Moon, Water to Greninja, okay. And the Moon will be able to KO that Drago with that Prime Catcher, and we can do it without using Frenzy Gouging. But Ogre Pawn does just KO. Ogre Pawn does just KO the Moon back, so you could even just attack with Kyurem here again as Kaiwin, I guess, and you could just go like KO the Comfy, 110 on Greninja, 110 on the Moon, and just not KO it, I guess. The Manaphy comes down. Honestly, from here as Jack, I think I would have liked to have seen Jack not bench Manaphy. Because you probably lose this game already as Jack here. Be like, maybe we should go for like some kind of Hail Mary play. Just do this play and be like, well, if your hand is like just really, really bad, maybe I can win. But now that you've shown Kaiwin Manaphy, Kaiwin can now approach game 2 so much differently. Because the big play in this matchup is utilizing Kyurem. So now knowing about Manaphy, that can make Kaiwin play this so differently. I kind of don't like the Manaphy bench here from Jack. Because like getting attacked by Kyurem here isn't that big. Like, Kyurem's not that good of an attacker here for Kaiwin anyways. The best attacker here is the Ogre Pawn, right? So I feel like Jack could have chilled and just not bench the Manaphy and just don't give that information over to Kaiwin. I'm really thinking really hard about this. On this nest ball. I assume there's plenty of energy left to actually knock out the active here with Ogerpon. Drago is searched out here. Has an Ultra Ball and a Grass to work with. There's a Research in hand as well. So plenty of options. Ultra Ball could even get the Noctowl. We could use that to find like a vessel to get some more energy for the Ogerpon. I guess currently you do have access to the Kyurem canceling Cologne play actually through the Noctowl. Gonna start with that cycling. Found Pheasantipity. Guess we could draw with that as well here. Get bench space for it. Still need to find that grass energy. Thinking about giving up the Iono here. I think we're probably just trying to hold this hand. Or maybe not actually. I don't even know how we're trying to play this as Kaiwin. Is this a research situation? Maybe it could be. You can also just Dippity for 3 first here and just see what we get. You can also just bench Dippity and then play research as well. We just need a grass energy here. We're drawing 10 cards. We should be good to find it. Or an E-switch actually works as well, because Kaiwin could just E-switch from the bench to the active, and that would also get the knockout. There's an Ultra Ball. Can just grab. I was going for the Noctowl. I was trying to guarantee the Owl. Okay. Seems fine. Design up Vessel plus Canceling Cologne. Seems fine. I mean, there might be some kind of potential Rock Sand play that could come out from Jack here, so committing to the Owl here could lead to that. But it feels like if we're going for the Owl, then we should just have Dippity first, then? Maybe Kaiwin is going for the Prime Catcher play, though, actually. Okay, it is going to be the Gus on the Manaphy. Okay. So it's committing to the Kyurem this turn. Going to go for the Canceling Cologne play. And then try and win the game from there. It's Canceling Cologne plus E-Switch. Okay, sounds good. So it goes for the Kyurem play right now. I assume it's going to go... I mean, I guess you don't have to take... I assume you're going to knock out the Manaphy and the Comfey, though. And just put yourself down to 1 prize card. Oh, and then even could play the Iono this turn as well, I guess. Now the Ogerpon is set up as well. And goes for the Iono to disrupt Jack's hand instead of just drawing a ton of cards this turn. Sure. And then draw 3 with Pheasantipity. After that. Drew into a Vessel, so could play that first. Might be a couple energies still left to thin out of the deck. There's a Grass, or a couple Grass actually to grab here. And we haven't used the other Ogerpon yet either. Get 4 cards here for Jack. And it's okay. But, I mean, this game was already seeming to be insurmountable, to be honest. And that's how it's feeling here. As we Kyurem to knock out the Manaphy, the Comfey. And I guess you just put 110 on the Greninja. So you could just Kyurem again and knock out the Greninja, I guess. Hitting the Roaring Moon doesn't seem to matter too much here. I think you just go KO. I guess you could also trap the Manaphy in the active, but I think you just go KO Manaphy, KO Comfey, and then punch the Greninja. Punches the Moon instead. I think punching the Greninja seems a little bit better, just so you can win with Kyurem, KO Greninja still next turn. The Moon having more damage on it doesn't really change how you would KO the Moon, I don't think. I guess it stops a potential Frenzy Gouging, though. But I don't know if that is something to be super scared of. It does stop a potential Frenzy Gouging, though, I guess. But then I guess the Kyurem would still win anyways. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it just shuts off the gouging, I guess. That's what we get out of it. I'm not sure how scared of gouging we are, though. Oh, Ursaluna's pretty good here. Okay, this would actually be a reason. Now that I'm thinking about it, this would be a reason actually for Kaiwin to have played that differently. Because Ursaluna KO Drago with like, well, then you have to be playing Countercatcher as well. Countercatcher Roxanne. Because then all you knew was like a Kyurem to win the game on the Greninja. Okay, but just has Ursaluna knockout, and then Kaiwan has boss knockout on the moon, and we go to game 2. Plenty of time left. Yeah, so Jack does play the Manaphy, which makes things better, but it's still going to be a tough matchup. It's definitely a tough matchup. The Kyurem is such an efficient attacker, and you can use the Kyurem to just like, you can just attack with Kyurem. Like you can go with 1 energy attack, knock out a Cram, knock out a Comfey, it's in the active, and eventually you can build up the Kyurem play to that Canceling Cologne Gust play around the Manaphy, draw a bunch of prize cards, or spread a lot of damage depending on how big the attackers are in play for Jack. And then you can do it again. There's nothing stopping you from doing like back-to-back Kyurem plays with Legacy Star. That's what you can save your Legacy Star, because it's so easy to set up Kyurem as an attacker. You don't really have to commit to a Legacy Star to get Kyurem cooking in this matchup. So I assume Jack will choose first, which makes sense going to the 6th game. The big thing I don't want to see Jack do, I want to see Jack keep the Iron Thorns. I think the Iron Thorns is really, really good in this matchup as like an early attacker, just to like put pressure on. We're not going to be taking big knockouts. Obviously, if you want to go for the Roaring Moon, you can, but the option of the Iron Thorns is just really, really strong. So definitely want to see Jack try and hold on to that. Definitely want to see Jack try and hold on to the Iron Thorns. And we'll see here if Jack chose... Oh, we got a mulligan here from Kaiwan first, actually. Hold up. Prize cards, double Super Rod. But I assume Jack's playing 4, and one of them is in the first 2. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal here for Jack. Could be a big deal if we're trying to set up like the first attack we're trying to do is like a Mirage Gate play, and we end up with a lot of energy in our discard pile off the start from Jack. Then we can't find a Super Rod to actually combo with Mirage Gate early on. That could be trouble. Prime Catcher prized here for Kaiwan, which is a big part of the Canceling Cologne combo. Yeah, that is a big part of the Canceling Cologne combo for Kaiwan. Boss is a possibility as well, but nothing prized off this heavy ball. Yeah, Boss is a possibility as well to set up with Canceling Cologne, but Prime Catcher is a little bit more aggressive, a little bit better. You can pick your prize cards in any order when you're on stream, or do you have to pick an order? You can pick your prize cards up in any order. All right, and the prize cards are basically put back down in the exact same order, or at least for the Super Rods, which is like the best ones to do. Don't like the heavy ball before Boffin. That is true. Yeah, I don't like that either. Yeah, I would like to see the heavy ball have been played first, to be honest. I just assumed Jack didn't have too much else besides the heavy ball, but there was the Boffin. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I still like, yeah, we should have definitely pushed Boffin first, because even if there's a Comfey prize, we would still take 2 Comfeys out of the deck. There's a Vacuum getting Lost Zoned there, and then just pass over to Kaiwan. Okay. All right, so no Colress in the discard pile here. Just draw Research, but not a bad Research. Did lose a boss, but was able to get rid of Tina, which is kind of whatever. But the Dragon Pulse is the big one. The draw there from Kaiwan, though. Oh, no, there's a Drago. It's not that bad. I thought it was pretty tough. Maybe wants to load up the energy on the bench one instead. Goes to the active here. Another Drago. 2 Drago. I can't tell what's in the rest of the hand. I think there might be an Iono in the hand, so the hand might be... yeah, the hand has an Iono. So the hand is very much live here for Kaiwan. All right, into the Colress here from Jack. Kyurem has been activated. So we do need to find ourselves the Manaphy, which is not prized. It's in the deck somewhere. Do need to find it here as Jack, though. We're not trying to, like, lose. Not lose, but basically lose to a turn 2 Kyurem. Currently, Jack does not have an out to a basic Pokemon. Got a couple Comfeys to use. I think Jack also got rid of... There's the Poffin. We need to take the Poffin. We need Manaphy. You have to take the Poffin. Okay, thank goodness. I was getting scared. He has Palpad in hand. Oh, true. There is a Palpad in hand, so we could recover the Colress. Give ourselves one more turn to find the Manaphy. But we might want to try and save the Palpad for a little bit higher value targets. I don't know if I like the 3rd Comfey here. 3rd Comfey seems like okay. Yeah, it seems all right. energy. So it is just a retreat and punch with Cram here, I think, from Jack. Not really too much else to do. I mean, could like prime catch a punch something else. That doesn't seem really worth it though. Yeah, 110 into the Ogre Pawn. I mean, I could see prime punching a Drago because it could get stuck in the active, or that Drago specifically has to attack next turn maybe. Vessel top deck is pretty good here from Kaiwen. Immediately gives up on the Owl and then gonna go search out double grass. So it's pretty close to just an E-switch and a Drago V-Star away from the knockout. Looks like made note of the Kiram and the canceling Cologne there, I think, on the pass through. Yeah, just going for the grass. Is this Kaiwen's first search? I think it is, right? I just assumed we had probably checked up to this point, but I don't think we have. We can see 2 more cards here from the Ogre Pawns, or at least 1 more. We might just attach the other grass for turn to the Drago. Accelerate to the active. I feel like we should have accelerated to the bench Ogre Pawn there, to be honest. Maybe it's not like a huge deal. Could play the Jamming Tower as well here from Kaiwen to shut off the rescue board, but then you do give the Stadium over to Jack to potentially utilize with the Roaring Moon. I'm not too sure about that, to be honest, though. I guess shutting off the rescue board seems pretty good, though. All right, 6 new cards here. That's not great. I think I see an Ultra Ball. You could Ultra Ball for the V-Star here. Kiram's in the hand, I believe, alongside Canceling Cologne. Yeah, you can attack this turn as Kaiwen, but you need to get an energy switch off of the Drago here. As Kiram is thinking about Kiram, are we just going to bench retreat to Kiram and pass? Maybe. Sacrifice the Kiram for a turn. Super Rod, Mew. Yeah, it's just a sacrificial Kiram here from Kaiwen. Oh, there's a research in the hand as well. All right, yeah, it's going to be a pass here. If we just had an energy switch here, we could have just E-switched to the active and then just like knocked out the Cram with the Kiram, which could have been cool, but no E-switch. And Kiram does have 130 HP, so Cram does not knock it out back. So if Jack wants to get the KO this turn, would need some more stuff to work with. Has quite a few switches in the hand. It looks like that's about it. Just switches. There's a vacuum as well. I guess that can build up the Lost Zone pretty aggressively here. I guess that's like another reason Kaiwen maybe didn't want to put the Jamming Tower in play, because it does give a Stadium over to Jack to utilize. You'd find a Greninja there. We could Greninja this turn, and we could just try and go for like snipe double Dragos with Greninja. That would be interesting. Switch card is found. Switch card and switch card. Okay, so we're continuing the chain here. Plenty of switch cards in hand. Have the vacuum. Should be able to easily get to 7 here. Or we're already at 7 here. The question is, what will we be able to attack with more so than anything? 1 Mirage Gate, no energy. So currently it's looking like just a Cram Punch here from Jack, which is not that good. It's very okay. Comes the switch into the Cram. Just going to commit to the Cram Punch. Could have gone for 1 more Comfy there. Chooses not to. Just punch it. The active, that seems fine. E-switch top deck here from Kaiwen. He's now going for this Ultra Ball here. I assume Kaiwen is going to go for the Canceling Cologne play this turn. So you could... Ooh, yeah, you could play Canceling Cologne. Oh, you need a boss, though. So that means you have to Legacy... So you could go play Canceling Cologne and then Legacy Star into boss Canceling Cologne. Or a potential another Kiram play, depending on what you discard, I guess. I assume that's the play here from Kaiwen. I almost wonder if Kaiwen should have Ultra Balled away the research then. Yeah, I wonder if Kaiwan should have Ultra Balled away the research and kept a Mew to draw cards with. I don't know how big of a liability the Mew is here, to be honest. All right, oh, that's pretty clean. Another boss was discarded, but that's kind of fine. So you can recover. Oh, so did not play the Canceling Clone first, though. So we can't double Canceling Clone this game as Kaiwan. Could have played Canceling Clone first there, and then recovered Canceling Clone. I guess depending on what the discard was, you're maybe not recovering the boss. I guess it's possible. There's a ramp from the Manaphy. There's a Canceling Cologne. There's the E-switch from the bench to the active. And then, yeah, Kyurem can take the knockout on triple Comfy. Could KO Cram double Comfy. You could also KO the Manaphy here. Just goes for the triple Comfy, though. Just all the draw support gone. You could KO the Manaphy here, though. So then that's like another thing Jack has to, like, recover. And then you could maybe just Kyurem again next turn with a Super Rod. But that should be, that's pretty good, like, tempo there for Kaiwan now. Triple knockout is just 2 prize cards away from winning the game. Seems like you're in a pretty good spot here, to be honest. And that's why this matchup is tough. Even with Manaphy, even if you play the Manaphy, the Kyurem usually still finds its targets, as we see here. The Canceling Clone combo was not that hard for Kaiwan to set up. It's even that much easier to potentially play into with the Knock Towel. So Jack is in a pretty tough spot here. And that Drago is pretty much ready to go on the back line. And Jack does have a way to one-hit KO the Drago, but it does involve the Frenzied Gouging of the Moon. All right, we found a Colress here off this Comfy here. Found a Colress here off this Comfy here. We found a Colress off the Comfy. I gotta stop saying double here. We have found ourselves Roaring Moon and Prime Catcher. We could look to Frenzy. If we Frenzy Gouging, hold on though. If we could Frenzy Gouging this turn from Jack, that sounds okay. I don't know if Jack has that play in hand though. I think we're short an energy, a dark energy. Let's see. But that would be decent, I think. Frenzy Gouging the Regidrago this turn. We do have Radiant Greninja in hand, so we can concealed cards into a second gate or a dark energy here from Jack. I think, I mean, Kaiwan could respond to a Frenzy Gouging by just going Attach to Kyurem knockout. I mean, that wouldn't be great, but you got to do something here as Jack. You got to do something. I feel like KOing the Drago now before it gets a chance to attack is probably the best play for Jack. See what Jack can actually line up here, though. It's back, double Lightning and a Comfy. And then we do have a Nest Ball to get that Comfy into play. Still no options for a big attack this turn, I don't think, from Jack. Besides Ursaluna. I guess you could attack with Ursaluna. But I don't even know what you'd want to hit with Ursaluna here. Attacking with Ursaluna here seems pretty mid, to be honest. Attacking with Ursaluna does seem pretty mid. KO other Drago. But then you just get Tina knocked out back. I think Tina's already in the discard pile set up for Kaiwan. One more Comfy use getting used here. We could still, I think we can still get to the... There's the Dark Energy. Okay, we can get the Frenzy Gouging KO on it. I think that's the best play to go with here. Nothing seems great, but I think this is the best play for Jack. Yeah, nothing seems great, but this seems like the best play is Frenzied Gouging. Remove the Drago from play. You do just die to Kyurem as a response. And then I don't think you're in a ridiculously good spot as Jack, but I think this is probably the best play overall. If that Drago gets to attack, I feel like we just lose. So I don't hate this play from Jack, but there's no good play here. There's no like, oh, I feel like I'm going to win the game play. Every play feels like I still probably lose here, but I think this might be the best. That's kind of where we're at now. Hey, Kyurem just re-promoted as Kaiwan. Like I said, you can just use the Kyurem here to get the return knockout. Switch top deck. I don't know if it's going to be that big of a deal to try and keep that around for later or not. He's eyeing up this Ultra Ball. But I honestly don't hate establishing another fresh Ogre Pawn to work around. Although if you can just set up the other Ogerpon or Drago behind this Kyurem, you should be pretty set to go at that point. I think maybe next turn Roxanne take 3 with Sableye might work. You'd maybe prefer to try and keep the Kyurem trapped in the active and force Kaiban to have an energy, to be honest. I'm not sure. Although Kaiban has a ton of energy left. Maybe that's not worth it, actually. Take it back. Yeah, drawing 3 prize cards aggressively next turn doesn't really do anything. Unless KOing the Kyurem becomes like... You think KOing the Kyurem is like that big of a threat. But yeah, Sableye KO all 3 of those is like okay. But if Kaiban just establishes an Ogerpon to be able to return knockout, then you just kind of lose. So we'll see how much Kaiban can establish here. You discard the Iono there, so I assume the research is going to get played. Recovering energy here. Is opting for a fire, so does have the option to attack with Drago in the future. And then we will go into that research. And on top of the research, we also have that Pheasantipity draw to work with as well. And yeah, there we go. Research. Draw a fresh 7. All right, we have the attachment for turn. We have potential double Ogerpon. There's also a Nest Ball to work with. I don't even know if there's anything worth getting here. Oh, is that a Vessel, actually? Might have been a Vessel. Oh, maybe it was a Nest Ball. Okay. Ogerpon number 1. Ogerpon number 2. Pheasantipity for 3. Drago found. Oh my gosh, we almost got the attack with the Drago as well. Wait, did we get double E-switch? No, we only got 1 E-switch. Okay, we weren't that close. As Hoot Hoot, but I don't know if you want to put that extra 1 prize Pokemon in play here as Kaiban. I think you probably don't. But I think some kind of Roxanne play next turn from Jack is probably going to have to be the play. I doubt Jack plays Counter Catcher here. Or plays Counter Catcher in general. So you couldn't go like Counter Catcher Drago, Sableye around with Roxanne or something like that. And not take a knockout and set up for like a bigger late game turn. So I don't think that's possible here. He's going to go ahead and play an E-switch. Is he going to go to the Drago? It is. The other option would have been to put it on the Ogerpon. And then boom, there we go. Moon's dead. Kai went down to 1 prize card. Roxanne has been active and can still be utilized here. I don't think we can leave Kaiban with this hand, so I think Roxanne has to be found this turn from Jack, or you will just lose this game. And then on top of that, I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess Jack, if Jack had like Ursaluna boss KO Pheasantipity, I guess that would be okay. That would seem like an okay play. Okay. Boris. That means there's no Roxanne, so I think the game's over. I think the game is over. I think Kaiban probably just has game in hand next turn. There's Prime Catcher. It's going to be hard to whiff. Pretty big hand. You have Prime. You have an Energy. Super Rod. I'm not sure if there's a draw supporter. No, there's a research. Yeah, I think it's game. Yeah, I don't think it's winnable here for Jack. Is eyeing up this Sableye play here, but I can even get to the... You have a Mirage Gate, I guess. That can get you to the bench. Mirage Gate might have to be our out to the bench here. Should definitely Comfy first, though, just to see what we get. Yeah, Jack needed to play for some kind of boss trap player, like Roxanne play or something. This play is just never good enough. Goes with just a Lightning on the active. Yeah, we definitely should just like Comfy first there. And then just like... Because we can save the Mirage Gate, we probably want to. Well, actually, I don't even know if that's true. We have no bench space here as Jack. So the attackers we're going to have to win with are the attackers on board here at this point for Jack. Now we're going to the Comfy. Nest Ball and Gate. I mean, it's got to be take on the Gate. You can't even bench any other Pokemon at this point. Gate, retreat, and here comes the Sableye attack. So you can... I mean, I feel like you got to knock out the Kyurem, because otherwise Kyurem just goes attach, you lose. You don't have to knock out the bench Ogerpon necessarily, but if you want prize cards, you could. It's not needed. But yeah, there's no way. There's actually no way for Jack to win next turn. Jack can't even win next turn. Kaiwan has 2 turns to figure this out, but is probably just going to go ahead and win on this turn. We'll see. Oh, there's game, yeah. Yep. Attach to Drago, E-switch the energy, Prime Catcher, attack with some dragon Pokemon. Game over. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think that game was a good display as to why Lost Box fell off so hard after Drago kind of became a prominent deck in the format. Even with the Manaphy in there, the combos are just too big. We didn't even see a Drago attack till the end there from Kaiwan, and it probably wasn't even necessary. I think Kaiwan probably could have won without attacking with Drago there. Pretty good. I don't think we saw a single Drago attack. Not a relevant one for sure. The best strategy with Lost on Box is just to not hit any Drago the whole tournament. That definitely seems like the move for sure, Davidson. Kaiwan drew so mid that series and it didn't feel close. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it wasn't like, it wasn't anything like super, it wasn't like a super impressive draw to be honest. Well, hang on, the first game, Jack just didn't bench Manaphy. The first game, Jack didn't bench Manaphy, but yeah, game 2, like Kaiwan had to use, Kaiwan did have the canceling Cologne play on turn 2, but did have to use Legacy Star for it, so it's not like that impressive of a or it's not like that that ridiculously good of a draw on Kaiwan's part. Like Kaiwan had to burn Legacy Star to pull off the play, so I don't know what Jack was cooking. Definitely was not cooking very much there for sure. Spiritomb could help that matchup a little bit, right? No, Spiritomb, there's Regidrago doesn't play any V Pokemon that have abilities. Spiritomb doesn't do anything. Double Manaphy, your bench just gets so, if you play double, the problem with playing double Manaphy is then they just attack with Dragapult and ignore your Manaphys. That's the problem with double Manaphy, is then you like lose 2 bench spaces and they just go, okay, cool, I'm just gonna go attack with Dragapult and KO your Comfeys anyways. And now you lose to not having a good enough bench to actually like survive Ionos. I'm curious to see how well Lost Box does overall. I mean, Jack was 4-0 here. There's probably another Lost Box enjoyer or 2 out there who's doing okay. Still interested to see how it goes. How the players do with it. All right, I need to go grab a snack or something. So I'll be right back, chat. That's round 5. Round 6 coming up. There was like 15 minutes left, so round 6 probably won't start for like 20-30 minutes. So let's all do a quick snack break, water break, whatever it is, whatever you need, and let's get back here in 5 minutes. See you all in a little bit. Quad Manaphy and a Rabska for good measure on the bench. Honestly, that could be enough. That could be enough. All right, let's take a look at some standings here. I feel like the Lost Zone player didn't make him work hard enough for the Kieran plays. Oh, yeah, he definitely made some mistakes. There's definitely some mistakes made for sure. I mean, not benching Manaphy game 1 was pretty bad. But, yeah. You had like 3 shoutouts in the interview. Me? See a Brent one as well. Nope, lost. Is Lille in France? Jeez, excuse me. Yes. Dude, I didn't go fill up my water bottle. Yeah, drink as well. All right, I'm gonna have to go fill up my water bottle now again. Someone said Tor was playing Lost Box in chat. Interesting. Not like a huge shock, but usually if a player Kierms with Drago, they have to get 3 energy back on Drago. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, you're not wrong, but against Lost Zone Box, they're going to play a Colress, and then you just get access to Kieran without Drago. Are you saying you shouldn't have played Colress? The problem is if you don't play Colress, then they just attack with Drago, and then you lose because you don't have resources to keep up. Are you surprised to see the tie rate at 14%, or will that come down with more matches played? It'll probably come down because as you get to the later rounds, more gentlemans will happen. It's more work, yeah, but it doesn't matter. More work doesn't mean higher win rate. More work, like, you're not wrong. It's more work for the Kieran play, but I think you're just gonna lose if you don't play your Colors. You need to have the option to be aggressive to take advantage of a wider range of situations. If you just sit there and don't play Colress, you'll have less options, which means Kaiwin needs to do less, but just won't have access to Kyurem. But it's not truly zero access to Kyurem. It's just not access to Kyurem through Kyurem. So you should just play the Colress to give yourself the most options to try and be aggressive if the opportunity presents itself. But you can't be aggressive if you don't play Colress to begin with. I should use the Palpad? Maybe. Palpad play, maybe. Like, you do kind of want to try and save Palpad to like recover potential boss or Roxanne if it gets Pokestopped. Or even like recover or even recover 2 Colress. Just so you have more Colress in your deck. So I don't overly fault that play, but it might have been correct. What's the number 1 next to Kansa's name? It means he's number 1, the best. I think it means how many people have reported what deck they're playing. So you can click on report here. And you can log into your account, and then you can like report what decks people are playing. How do I close this? What the heck? And then you can report what decks they're playing. I think this means one person has reported what Kansa is playing. I could be wrong about that. Same thing for Stefan. So Stefan and Kansa, someone reported that what they were playing. Someone also reported what Leon was playing. Oh, these are just all the games that were on stream. Maybe it means how many times they've been on stream. Although Giovanni was not on stream. I think it means how many people have reported what deck they're playing. Chargers probably wins in that scenario if you don't Colch early, and it takes 3 to 4 turns to enable Mirage Gate and more for Stable Eye. Yeah, that's like the problem. And it's not even less of that. You could draw in a way where you get access to like 7 in your Lost Zone, but you just need other cards to like make the place happen. But there's definitely an argument for Jake to have played the Palpad. There's definitely a decent argument for that, to be honest. Back to what that other person said previously, 40% tie rate is that should be the assumed moving forward. Round to round, it went from 15 to like 16 to now 14. But as we get later in the tournament, there's more likely to be a higher percentage of gentlemen's agreements. So that means the tie rate will probably come down as the tournament progresses, because you know what you need more guaranteed to progress in the tournament. So the tie rate will come down as the tournament progresses. So it'll probably, my guess will be, I'm gonna go ahead and predict a 12 tie as we head into Top Cut. I'm gonna predict a 12% tie rate. Gonna be my prediction. How many rounds today? We got 8 rounds today and 4 rounds tomorrow. They only had was it like, oh, it's right there, 13-11 players. 13-11. They need quite a bit. They need 700 more, 740 players to actually get 9 rounds, to get the next round, get the 9 rounds day 1. They're actually closer to 3 rounds day 2 than 9 rounds day 1. 300 less players, and they would have had 3 rounds day 2. 1300 feels like a pretty small, well, I mean, yeah, it feels like a small number even for like European regionals, but they did hit the cap, so yeah, they did hit the cap of players, so they did max out. So like there probably could have been at least 2K players, and then probably could have been 2K players in at least over there. It was full almost instantly. Loads of players that wanted to go couldn't register on time. Yeah, that makes sense. Still having venue space issues over in Europe. Dude, yeah, I got it. My bad. That was literally their first message in my chat, was that message. That first message complaining about them getting banned in the other chat. How many rounds have you missed? I think 3. We've seen 3 rounds so far. 3 more rounds to go for day 1. Tord is 4-1, I believe. We can look him up though. Yeah, 4-1. Not sure. I'm not 100% sure what Tord's playing, but someone in chat said Lost Box. I'm not sure if that's true though. Did they not stream the first 2 rounds? Nope. Did not stream the first 2 rounds. I pull in an all-nighter for this. No, I just woke up at the beginning of the stream. I'll probably take a nap though, like a 2-hour or so nap after the stream's over, for sure. We'll see. Do a little bit of reset. Yo, what's up, Chills? Get the 39 months there, Hollywood. We got a couple rounds to go. Or a couple matches before the next round, excuse me. What, can we just see unfinished? We can see it on Arcanine though, right? I'm just curious who's still playing. Show only incomplete. Mostly just lower record matches. How do I feel about Noivern with how do I feel about Drago with Noivern EX? I would only play Noivern EX if it makes that big of a difference in the Trapagos matchup. But right now, Trapagos is like an okay play. I probably wouldn't play Noivern at all. I would never play it for the Raging Ball matchup because the chance for it to actually impact the Raging Ball matchup is like pretty low. Do you have to be registered to see the Arcanine pairings? No. Am I gonna play Pocket when it drops? Yeah, probably at some point. We'll see. What Americans are at the event? I know Sawyer's there. I think that's it. I mean, I can pull them up real fast. There's other ones, but like of like the notable Owen Dalgard and Sawyer Melvin, I think are the 2 most notable American players. How long is the final day at a regionals roughly? It's usually not that long. I don't know. Like everything kind of shuts down besides like the top cut matches by like 3 p.m. or something like that. It feels like they have side events in like the morning and early afternoon, but then it all starts to shut down after that. I feel like, but I don't know. I guess I don't play side events, so I don't know for sure. TV chat putting Lost Box versus Drago on stream to try to scare the potential Lost Box players. True. You can definitely, if you get like a flight that leaves Sunday at like 7, like that'll be like usually after the finals even potentially. But like, yeah, top cut, I mean like top cut theoretically starts at like what, 3 p.m. ish. So if you're like just trying to like usually book a flight to like leave after day 2 ended, day 2 is like pretty much done at like probably like 12 now, right? Or it's like less rounds, so maybe it's even before that. I'm like thinking about back when we had 6 rounds day 2. We don't even have 6 rounds day 2. Yeah. We flew out of Baltimore at 7:30-ish and had to leave the venue when finals was setting up. Oh, I thought you were saying like you got kicked out of the venue. Like they forced you to leave the venue. Flew out of Baltimore at 7:30-ish and had to leave the venue when finals was setting up. You're saying you had to leave to catch your flight. I was like, you got kicked out of the venue before the finals went down. What the heck? No spectators? I see what you're saying though. I see what you're saying. How many we got left? Oh, what's up? So they'll probably give us a 5-0 matchup. Yo, we could get Dota King on stream. We just saw Kai win, so we're not going to see Kai win this round. And this is a winning in round as well, I guess. And I need to go grab a drink before the next round starts. I'm gonna go grab a drink real fast. I'll be right back. Hopefully they don't start before I start it up before I get back. Give me 2 minutes. So Kyron said you posted on Twitter that he and Brent were your picks to win this tourney. Is this cap? I don't know. Go check my Twitter. That should tell you. Is it cap? Do they always do they always dress more casually on Saturdays and Sundays? Because like Ross and Shay are just wearing like the Gengar shirts. Or did their matchup clothes get lost in the transit traveling to the event? Or are they always like more casual on for Halloween, I guess? Oh, I guess that's maybe something to do with it as well. Yeah, Halloween. It's their spooky outfit. Definitely looks more casual than NA regionals. Yeah, it definitely stands out a little bit. But I guess that maybe makes sense. Or like if they're doing like the spooky theme. Is Puka a super rare commentator? I mean, Puka casts like some stuff pretty much like every single season, but not as much. Like there definitely isn't like one of the Puka isn't one of like the go-to casters, I guess you could say. But does cast some stuff every single season, it feels like. Puka only does the ice season worlds. Has Puka never done a, not never, but has Puka not done a regional like over the last couple seasons at all? I swear Puka did a regional or two. Maybe I'm tripping though. Maybe it is only ice season worlds. NA casters definitely had better Halloween outfits. Very true, very true. I don't think he's done a regional post-COVID. Oh, you might be right. Puka usually does 1 or 2 West Coast regionals. Okay, that's what I thought. I'll trust Chip on this one. What's the third piece on the 3-piece suit? Yeah, wait, what is the I actually don't know. Is the third piece the tie, or is it like the shirt? Is it like the jacket, the shirt, and then the pants? That's the 3 pieces, jacket, shirt, pants, or is it a vest? Blazer, vest, pants. Oh, it's the thing. Oh, okay, it's the vest under the jacket or blazer, whatever. Europe has Gdansk 2 days after Halloween. I expect the commentators to go full out there. I mean, if it's after Halloween, it's done. They'll probably be dressed up for for Christmas or something. That'll be what they're dressed up for. Vest. Good to know. Now I know what a 3-piece suit is. So it's giving over a whole holiday. I don't know. Thanksgiving isn't like who even celebrates Thanksgiving besides America? Don't they have something kind of similar in Canada, but it's not the same thing? But is that it? Does anyone else? No one else celebrates Thanksgiving besides doesn't Canada do something? Thanksgiving does, or Canada does Thanksgiving a month earlier. Okay, so it's this month. Canadian Thanksgiving. Already happened. Thanksgiving is one holiday I'm jealous of for sure. Wait, where are you from? Surely we're important enough that EU will still dress up for it, right? Surely, right? Of course. Yeah. I expect a full Thanksgiving themed stream for the Gdansk Regional Championships. Isn't Thanksgiving one day you don't go to work and eat a turkey? Yeah, I guess basically. Ham's better. The ham is better than turkey, but Thanksgiving Pidgey on the table. There's gotta be a better. Wait, what is the turkey? There's gotta be a Pokemon that's closer to a turkey than the Pidgey, right? Alex Northy. I definitely recognize that name. It seems pretty familiar. Tobias Gervin. Do not recognize that name. It means you've never had good turkey? No, it's not true. Wouldn't you just say the same thing if someone said something about the turkey being better than the ham? Like, that means you've never had good ham. It's like, well, the ham's just better. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. What are we doing here? I don't think there is a turkey Pokemon. But there's gotta be something closer to a turkey than Pidgey, right? got a little hat on. Game's better on average, but turkey leg clears. Turkey leg is pretty good. A turkey leg is pretty good. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. You ever go to like a fair or carnival and just get one of those massive turkey legs? The cloth, all right, of course. But of course, you gotta have the cloth here. You gotta be clothing it up. I think they meant to go to the prize card cam there, but they gave us this instead. Tried Pidgey in London. There was still buckshot in my bird. Wait, actually? Okay, Squawkabilly's prized. It could be a big deal. Nothing really on the other side here for Tobias. So it is Cloth against Raging Bolt, which generally is a pretty good matchup for Cloth. Yeah, it's generally a pretty good matchup for Cloth, but the Bravery Charms, the Bravery Charm count, we already saw Bravery Charm in the prize cards there for Tobias. Those make a big difference because Cloth can hit 240. Cloth can hit up to 240, but 240 is not enough if they have a Bravery Charm. So that's going to be a problem. To be fair, if Tobias runs Briar and Iono, it's closer. True. I mean, and the Bravery Charms make it closer too. Looks like Alex is going first here. I'm not sure if Tobias chose second or Alex did choose first here. The hand here for Alex is pretty mid. Is maybe thinking about going Ultra Ball or Squawk, but Squawk is prized. Squawk is prized. So that won't be an option here for Alex. It's just going to be the pass over to Tobias. So a KO on this Cloth here off the rip would be pretty good. And we see a Trek and Choose here to get things going. There's also a Squawkabilly in hand to potentially take advantage of. As the first card finds on the Lightning Energy, it looks like it is a Squawk angle here for Tobias. Yep, definitely a Squawk angle. I feel like Tobias shouldn't have attached that Lightning Energy, because now we're putting a Lightning Energy in the discard pile, which means if we draw a Sada, we actually can't attack with Raging Bolt this turn. I wonder if we should just like... Yeah, we could still find a Fighting Energy. And we have found a Fighting Energy. Yeah, attach again, though. Not much else to work with here from Tobias. We can Vessel this away to go get double Grass, and then Ogre Pawn for 1, and hope for that Sada is basically the play here from Tobias. Get a couple Grass. Ogre Pawn a Grass. If you draw into another Ogre Pawn or a Nest Ball, I guess Nest Ball would probably get Radiant Greninja, but same thing. Could still Radiant Greninja with the Grass. But if we draw into an Ogre Pawn specifically, we could use another Ogre Pawn. So I'd like to see double Grass take here from Tobias. It does go for the Fighting, which I guess means we can guarantee an attack next turn. At the very least, that does guarantee the attack next turn. But yeah. So here we go. Ogre Pawn for 1. Praying for a Sada. But, of course, that is pretty unlikely at this point. Tracking Shoes. Okay, we go a little bit further. Discards it into the Slither Wing. Is it just going to be a Burst Roar angle here? Could Prime Catcher up the Brute Bonnet? Go for a Catcher first. Yeah, I guess if you get heads on this would be better. Tails. So you could Prime Catcher up Brute and then retreat the Ogre Pawn, which I think I would like to see. Wait, no. No thing? Why are we not Burst Roaring there? Shoes into shoes. He missed playing. Wait, was it shoes into shoes there? Yeah, it feels like you have to burst roar there as Tobias. Maybe just forgot about the burst roar. I don't know. But yeah, definitely should have burst roared there. Maybe he just doesn't know. Prime catcher's still in hand, I think. It doesn't matter. You burst roar here every time. Your hand sucks. It was a shoe into boss. Okay, okay. That makes more sense for sure. Yeah, shooing away a shoe definitely would not make sense. Yeah, Tobias definitely should have hit him with the burst roar there. Hold on, give me 1 minute. All right, so what do we see there? Luminian for the course's tenacity. But I assume we're coming up a little bit short on the knockout here, or do we have a Mochi in hand? No Mochi, so we're just punching the active here, but no KO. There we go. Hitting for how much? I don't even know how much it is. 170. 30 more. 200? Okay, 200. So it doesn't die by going, it doesn't die from poison going back into Alex's turn. So Alex would have to attack again to KO it, or Alex could just pass back, let it die to poison, and then Tobias's Pheasantipity wouldn't go online, which could be a play there from Alex. Here comes just the attack, though. For the knockout, poison doesn't quite get the KO, but Alex can just pass with it being poisoned in the active, and it will get knocked out that way. It is not looking good for Tobias here. But we'll see what kind of play Alex has here. I see a Night Stretcher, a Switch Card, and an Ultra Ball. Top deck collapsed, it looks like, which isn't going to be very good. There's not that many liabilities in play. Can go with Force Sealstone, which could be pretty big, I guess. Force Sealstone could be an out to just like a research or something like that. That would be fine. Or maybe we could get Secret Box off of that and start cooking from there. Should have used Town Sword for Braver Charm to thin? Yes, definitely should have. Yes. Those damage dice are criminal. I mean, you can clearly read them, though, which is nice, right? You can clearly read them, as opposed to them being, like, too small to read. Ultra Balls for Fez here. Maybe would like to have seen the Ultra Ball for Fez happen before we get that Force Sealstone. Unless we're going to Force Sealstone for research and just go ahead and play it, I guess. Alright, so it goes into the Force Sealstone before we actually utilize Pheasantipity. So I assume this means this is like a research, maybe an Iono is being grabbed here from Alex. Is that research for 7 into Pheasantipity for 3? Sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, Alex doesn't have to attack this turn. The active currently dies by poison. You do want to retreat. You can maybe retreat to like the baby Petron. Maybe you should retreat to another claw if you just don't commit energy to it. What is more common and local tournaments using normal dice or the Pokemon counters with 1 to 67 to 21? Usually just normal dice is definitely going to be the most common. There was a double turbo found, but we don't want to attack with this cloth. Yes, it's gonna be the run to the brute from here from Alex. But Alex has already burned like, I guess you could just win by poison eventually, right? I was gonna say Alex has already burned like a couple switch cards. The active could just get stuck, but you could always just win by poisoning the opponent's Pokemon to death. To be honest, yeah, you could also do that. All right, nest ball coming in from Tobias. Please do not get Pheasantipity. Please. Get ready, Greninja. No. I think Alex knows. I think that, yeah, Alex's body language is like, all right, I'm just gonna get ready to stop him from being able to use Pheasantipity. Here we go. Oh, all right. Tobias is going back in with the town store. Should have been already using that a couple times up to this point. But there we go. Brave Charm secured. All right. Oh, Tobias is about to learn the interaction of Pheasantipity and Poison, I guess, coming up here soon. We should have probably always started with like Ogerpon Accelerating Energy. Maybe we could have thinned out the Radiant Greninja first though, and that would have been fine. Catching to Raging Bolt. Brave Charm should go to the Raging Bolt as well. Going to Cloth makes no sense, or to Pheasantipity makes no sense because it dies by Cloth. I guess it does protect it from a late game Ursaluna, but Ursaluna can KO Ogerpon or the other thing as well. Oh wait, Tobias knows. Okay, Tobias knows, or maybe was informed. Did Tobias prize Radiant Greninja then, though? But you could have also gotten second Ogerpon and just like use the vessel to get more energy and draw with Ogerpon. I think no matter what here, this is a mistake from Tobias. I think there's probably better options to draw more cards here. And now falling this far behind in tempo is like really, really bad for Tobias. Should Tobias go to game 2 here? Yeah, I think I would go to... As soon as like you see Alex put something together, I think I would go to game 2. Looks like Alex told him right after he shuffled. Oh, maybe he did, yeah. Just to make sure like Alex knew where he was going to just eliminate any potential confusion. Let him know what's up. Dude, everyone in play has a tool card. Every Pokemon on Alex's side in play has a tool card. That does not happen. That does not happen very often. The whole squad. All right, there's the KO from Tobias. We go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Still a Cloth prize, but that should be fine. Over to Tobias now. Can definitely get this knockout on the active, but gonna need a little bit more than that moving forward. Iono would honestly be decent here, I feel like. But wait. No, Poison did not KO. Okay. We did do... What does it do? 190 minus 20 plus 40? We did KO with Mochi, right? We did KO with Mochi. Okay. I was second guessing it there for a second. I was like, wait, hold on. No, we are all good. We are all good. Whole gang stay strapped with the tools. Yeah, the whole squad is ready to go. All right, here comes the vessel from Tobias. Eyeing up a grass energy. That might be all that's left, to be honest. Lightning and a grass here. But this feels like a little bit too little too late. I didn't exactly see what was found off of the deputy draw, but yeah, Alex can even just like 2-hit KO the Raging Bolt from here, and that'll be probably good enough at this point. comes the Pokegear. So I think we're still looking for Sada, but if we could settle for, honestly, going for Iono would be fine. Sada is discovered. So we can establish a little bit extra energy in play. We definitely didn't like need it. I guess the Slitherwing is also decent here as like a one prize attacker. Not, oh, maybe this turn we do have switch card in hand. We could attack with Slitherwing this turn, to be honest, as Tobias. Kind of force a one prizer in the active because we have the switch card in hand. I don't know if we're trying to save that at any point for something a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we could probably attack with Slitherwing here, though. Here comes a catcher. Maybe to go after the Dippity, but honestly, KOing Cloth here seems fine. Yeah, KOing Cloth here seems fine. But I guess KO Dippity with the... I don't know, but then we leave a Cloth alive. That seems pretty bad. Yeah, it seems pretty bad. I kind of still like the Cloth KO there. Greninja just put into play. We still have Night Stretcher and Switch Card, so we can get that last fighting out of the discard pile and then Switch Card into the Slitherwing potentially. So we get the Slitherwing knockout on the Fez. It's like good, but then or Alex just goes knockout with the Crab once again. But then I guess then you could attack with a Raging Bolt and then hope it doesn't get KO'd on the next turn. DTE Mochi Ursaluna is now win con. Oh, true. We could Mochi the Ursaluna still. Okay, yeah, here comes that Slitherwing KO on the Dippity, which is pretty solid here. Definitely solid. Has Iono for next turn as well to go for some disruption. And then could follow up with a Gust KO on Luminion to close things out. It could get interesting here from Tobias. To be honest. I think Tobias could make this interesting. You have to remember to put the damage on the Slitherwing. How was it? 90 or 80 or... Immediate boss from Alex, though, and knocks out the Dippity. Okay. So, it was kind of getting a little interesting there, but... fell apart on that last turn. Alex has the boss. No KO on the... I feel like KOing the Cloth was just better, to be honest, overall. Like, you probably lose anyways, but yeah, I think just going after the Cloth knockout there, in my head, makes like a little bit more sense. Because like the Dippity can draw 3 cards, but we're removing 3 cards from play, so they need to like draw into Cloth Energy Tool to like make up for that with just the Dippity specifically. But obviously, if they have the other cards... They have other cards to work with in the hand as well, so it's not just that card or that set. All right, chat, I'm not going to lie. I think this has to be my last game. I'm fading fast over here. I am cooked. I'm actually struggling to stay awake right now. I need to go take like a 3-hour nap. So it's going to be the last match for me. We're going to come 2 matches short. That's fine. Should have went KO Cloth next turn, Bolt, KO Fez with Prime and Iono. Yeah, something like that would have been nice for sure. But hopefully this has prepped me to try and stay up the whole... hopefully I can stay up all of tomorrow, though. Hopefully we'll be able to stay up all of tomorrow, though. Leave your stream on and go to sleep? Nah. I'll probably just go and rage all over to the main channel on Twitch. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and run this ad in between games so you guys don't get it in the game. I'd recommend next time you just join a bunch of rounds later. First rounds are sometimes a lot. Oh, I could do that. I could wake up a little bit later and then we could just like watch through the first couple rounds and then we catch up to it being live at some point. Oh yeah, we did talk about doing that. That's probably the better way to do it. I'll probably try and wake up at like 3 or 4 a.m. tomorrow. Also go to bed pretty early though. But let me get through this last round here. We got one more game only, so I can do that. But that's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll wake up at like 3 a.m. and then we'll still watch the tournament from the beginning. but we'll just like speed through the filler, the break time. Looks like a mulligan from Tobias here. And I believe Alex did go, ooh, the Radiant Sneasler is prized. I believe the deck does play a heavy ball though, so should be able to get that out of there, no problem. Benadryl probably didn't help. Yeah, I need to get some non-drowsy. So Tobias is going first here. Some non-drowsy allergy medication for sure. There's an Excel to the pond. Here comes the vessel. Grab a fighting for our active Raging Bolt and maybe a grass for next turn. Goes for the fighting, eyeing up the grass, but probably not going to commit to it. Just goes for fighting lightning. Man, Benadryl knocks you out. Yeah, the Benadryl was definitely not the move. I needed something though. I feel so much better, like allergy wise, after taking the Benadryl, but now I'm starting to feel hella tired. I'll get some non-drowsy stuff today at some point. If you had not listened to Chip and still got an extra hour of sleep, you would still not have missed the first round. That is true, yeah. I could have slept in like 2 more hours or something like that. Okay, here comes the Artisan from Alex. Also has a Nest Ball and an Ultra Ball in hand. So could put together Ultra Ball for Luminion to get the Secret Box. I assume Secret Box is what Alex played. I guess Alex could be playing a different ace pack. It looks like plays Spiritomb. And it is Secret Box. Okay, could also Nest Ball for Squawkabilly as well. Let's see how big of a play Alex can pull off. Has the Ultra Ball coming up. Does have a lot of dead cards in hand, to be honest. The Secret Box could be a possibility here, which could just lead to the KO on the active, actually. It could just lead to the KO on the active here. Is Lortadine sold in the US? No idea. No clue, no clue. Claritin, yes. So Claritin is one. He's going for the Squawkabilly. We're not done yet, though. Here comes the Nest Ball. We did Ultra Ball for the Squawk, so he's not illuminated yet. Just getting another Cloth established. We definitely can KO the active this turn. It wouldn't be like that ridiculous. I think Alex had the play in hand. I feel like Alex had the play in hand to make the Ultra Ball for Luminion Secret Box combo happen, but maybe we were a card or two short. I guess we didn't have the energy guaranteed, but we maybe could have Squawkabilly'd afterwards. Not sure. All right, we attach active, and here comes Billy. We do lose the Collapsed and the Boss, but that seems fine overall. Yo, appreciate the $5 super chat there, Vincent. We did draw into Luminion, so that can lead to Arvin Secret Box here for Alex. Yeah, dude, I'm like literally falling asleep right now. All right, chat, I think I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna raid the main channel. I will be starting up the stream again tomorrow morning. I'll probably start it up an hour later than I did, maybe 2. Dude, I'm literally feel like I'm about to fall asleep. And also, I'm gonna get some non-drowsy allergy medication. So I'm gonna try and tough it out tomorrow for sure. But yeah, this hit me way harder than I thought. I was feeling really good when I first woke up though. At 1 a.m. I was feeling good when I started the stream. I was like, all right, I think I can do this no problem. But it is hitting right now. So I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow for the rest of day 2 in Top Cut. Have a good one, chat. See you tomorrow.